come in here and hang out for a while. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's in here. Let me get to the chat app open. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm looking forward to connecting with you guys early here. And let me pull this open and get you guys rolling here. Happy Monday. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Hello. Sandy, good to see you. Patrice, Debbie, how are you? VDLA 57, hi Sue, hi Billy, Anita, Bill, good to see you. Christy, hi, hello. Is it happening on Facebook? I tried to make that happen. I'm still trying to see if I can do that. Hey guys, hey Penny, Kathy, Lisa, how are you? Carrie, Tom, Julia, you guys are flying in here, flying in. Amber, good to see you all. Well, we got Facebook flowing, guys, again. We're back to Facebook. Okay. I think we're happening. We got some good stuff. Excuse me. We got some breaking news that Christy just dropped in my lap here. I'm going to get into. We got David Rodriguez that's going to be joining us in a little bit. Todd and Cindy later. And so we are on Facebook. We're on Periscope. So you can watch us through Twitter. And we are rocking and rolling, guys. And that's not even counting all the other ones that we're going to be broadcasting to. I appreciate you all sharing this out on other platforms, right? Like when you share it out on Parler, when you share it out on Telegram with the link back to the YouTube or the Twitch or the D Live. So thank you for doing that. Please continue to do that until we're officially on those platforms. That would be helpful because that would introduce a lot of people to us on those platforms. Hello. Yeah, let me know where everyone's in from, please. Hey, guys. Iowa. Hi, Stephanie. Good to see you. Hi, Phyllis. Yep, on Facebook. You guys are back on Facebook. Here we go. Awesome. Well, it was a month suspension from Facebook, and let me see, flying by. I'm missing some of this stuff. Holy cow, you guys are flying in. Great to see everybody. We got a huge show tonight, folks. Talk about the weekend, talk about the Super Bowl, talking about we got a lot to chat about, folks. So gather around, grab your favorite snack, your favorite your favorite person, your favorite pet, and let's make it happen. Look at this. Louisiana, I think every state in our country is here. We got Australia. We got West Virginia, holy cow, Wisconsin, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Iowa, Michigan, Virginia, Fort Worth, South Texas, Utah, Ohio. Fabulous. Buffalo, Janelle, awesome. Raleigh, M. Fluteman, awesome. Scotland, in the house. Kenosha, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, awesome. Long Island, hey Phyllis. New York, look at you guys. Outer Banks, Kitty Hawk, baby. Wright Brothers. Yeah, back on Facebook. All right, we'll see how long we last there. Yeah, so because I ain't pulling back, so Facebook will probably have us out again. That's why we're going on to other platforms, because we all have to leave Facebook, folks. Louisiana, Southern California, Michigan, icy Oklahoma, Louisiana, Utah, England. Fantastic. Topanga. Hold on. Hey, Jazz. What's happening? Yeah, Panhandle, Florida, Quebec. Liz, Steve Ruckdash. Was Ruck in the house? Where's my boy Ruck? Hello from Kentucky, Renee. Good to see you. Florida, Oregon, Washington State. Moses Cat Spring. Dave, you are so normal. Great. Lots of weird 17 people. Simon says he has sex with aliens. Meanwhile, I think that's very forward. I just kiss them on the lips. That's as far as I go. I keep it above the waist with all alien interaction, just so you know, guys. All right, above the waist for me. Yeah, I'm not that easy. I'm not that easy. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Yes, you may be the first person in my life that's called me normal. I don't know how to take that, but yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. In this crowd, I think it's an accomplishment, right? I am refreshed. Thank you, Rhonda. Yes. Wow. I unhooked, guys, this weekend. I hear you but can't see you on D Live, Joanne. How about the others on D Live? Do you have any? Air Force vet says, are they legal or illegal aliens? Did Congress approve? Awesome, man. Normal's overrated, Elise. I agree. We will not fall into that category. I think not. Let's just say if I was a cookie cutter, I just take the whole batch. I'm not a cookie cutter. I'll take the whole batch. So, let me tell you about my weekend. I played football on Saturday, what's called a Jungle Bowl, which is a yearly event that we have. So I played football this weekend. I did not watch football. I did not watch a second of football this weekend. And I loved it. It was fantastic. Unless you count that I watched Ted Lasso, which, by the way, I recommend for all of you to watch Ted Lasso. Oh, my God. Loved it. I love it. But that's the only football I watched this weekend. But I played on Saturday, and I'm sore because I was running all day long. Well, for a couple hours anyway. But yeah, very refreshing because I unhooked from everything, and I'm able to come back to you guys fired up and ready to go. So this is awesome. Good to see everybody. Thanks for getting in here early and share it on Gab. Christy, thank you. Okay, Hope, have you heard Garrett Ziegler interview with MonkeyWorks? He said there is no Trump plan. Okay, I'm going to get into that a little bit, Hope. I have not seen the interview, but Todd told me about it. So I kind of get the vibe of this guy who was supposedly in the Trump White House who says there's no plan. So I'm going to get to that in a minute, okay? So thank you for asking that question. Let's see. Let me get down to here. Okay. All right. Awesome. Hey, Sean, how you doing? Robert, good to see you. Scott McKay was good tonight. Awesome. Cool. Got to have Scott on. Tonight we're going to have David Rodriguez on, a former heavyweight boxer, champion, fantastic fighter in the Revolution as well. So I'm very excited to have David on tonight. And so if you have any questions for David, feel free to ask them when he's on. I should have the chat visible, but I'll probably certainly be interviewing him for a little bit and just kind of getting his take on some things. But looking forward to talking to a fellow warrior in this battle, folks. Awesome. So, Dudley, no plan means no comment. Yeah, all right, let me see what we got here, folks, in the house. Maybe we'll get rolling here. I'm kind of pushing the start time back to 6:30, guys, without making it too official. So just because I need a little more time after work to get home and get acclimated, and so I want to make sure that I'm there with you, and for real deal, So okay, so let me get to here, and we'll see where we're at. All right, so this feels good. We are back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 platforms, folks. The new one is Periscope. The new one is Periscope. Let me show you what we got here. You can see for yourself. We got 340 in Twitch. We got 80 in D Live, 700 on YouTube, 400 on David Snedeker Facebook, 430 on the Indoctrination Facebook, and 5 on Periscope because I just launched that tonight. Which is kind of funny because Periscope's going to be gone here in the I don't know what's coming up there. I don't know what that was that just came up there. I don't know why that's doing that. That's really, really odd. Why that, so forget about that. I won't go there again. Got some weird stuff going on with my system, but I'm hoping to have David visibly tonight with no problems, off without a hitch. And I'll find that out here in a little bit. Going to have him on between like 7:15, 7:30, and so we'll get to it, guys. If you're new here, welcome. You are in Snedeker Theater. You are in the broadcast, the Truthcast, the Indoctrination. You can find us at theindoctrination.com. I welcome you here. If you are new, we do a process we call checking our coat. We imagine our preconceived notions and our unconscious bias in this big winter, bulky, heavy coat. And you're coming into a theater, and what do you do when you do that? You check your coat at the coat check, but we imagine all of our ego in that coat, all of the things that can get in the way of us actually connecting with each other, connecting with real information. And we check that coat at the coat check. Get your coat check ticket. You know the people. It's all your stuff is safe there. You can get it after the broadcast. Come on in, grab a drink, grab your favorite person, your favorite your favorite pet, your snack, and come on in and let's have some fun tonight and download some valuable information that'll help us hopefully to navigate this shit show that we're presently a part of. Okay, it is quite the spot, folks. So let me start with the following. Okay, first off, I got an email from Barbara that forwarded it to me, that went through you went through the website, which was great. Guys, if you want to reach me with a question or something, you go to Barbara, which is the contact on the website, theindoctrination.com, theindoctrination.com, and she'll get it to me. And this particular comment was, well, I can actually just read it to you. Here we go. And let me see. Let me see if I got it. Well, you know what? I get a lot from her. Here we go. Okay, so let's see. This is from M. Kilmer. 1. Thank you, Kilmer. Barbara, could you please ask Dave to address the several comments about the interview with Mike Flynn recently when answered the direct question whether President Trump was still president? He said no, and if he signed the Insurrection Act, he also answered no, he didn't, and that he had no plans with the military. All right, so I don't need to read this whole thing because we'll get into specifics on this later, but here's the thing. My understanding is that he was asked if the military was in control. He said no. He asked if there was a plan. He said no. I think the military said nonsense, right? Now, there's something that I want you to remember, and I also want to go to this gentleman that I was asked about earlier, who worked in the Trump White House and said there's no plan. Okay, now let me ask you guys that something. We're well over 2,500 right now, so welcome everybody. So let me ask you, do you expect Michael Flynn to tell you what's going on? Do you expect anybody that does know to tell you what's going on? And if they did know, or if they thought that they should know, but they're on a need to know basis only, like this young kid, this 23-year-old who's in the Trump White House, okay? There's proximity, there's not needing to know the plan. Susan, military will not reveal their plans ever. Okay? I'm going to ask David tonight, when he was a boxer and he went to the ring and he's, say, third round, okay? And he's talking with his trainer on what to do differently in this next round. What they've learned over the past 3 rounds. Is he going to bark out, hey, I'm going to do a triple combo, I'm going to jab twice, come up to your ribs, I'm going to do this, I'm going to dance, I'm going to try to get you into the corner? Is he going to let them know what he's going to do? Hell no. Right? So anybody, and this is where I have an issue with these guys that are saying, I've got a secret Q person. I talked to Q today. I have Q. Bullshit. Bullshit. If you have a Q connection that's talking to you about specifics, you've lost me. I know you're full of shit. Okay? So you've lost me completely. Because 17 is not going to, first of all, no outside comms, period. There wasn't no outside comms, but we might have a couple British guys talk to you and give you some information. Or we might have somebody who's in Hawaii that's going to give you some information. Or we're going to have, no outside comms. Okay? Now, is it okay for us to try to figure out what's going on based on the communications we are receiving and possible communications that may be internal but are being released? Yeah, that's what we do here. But we focus on Trump, we focus on 17, we focus on Scavino, because he's the one tweeting for POTUS, okay? Now, do we look at other stuff? Do we look at the Great Awakening Telegram? Yes, because they're dropping a lot of great, intel, stuff that we don't need from 17. We need to know, is this real information, right? So we're trying to figure this out. But, so I'm not looking for a secret, I've told you guys, I have a connection that's pretty darn close, and I'm not getting anything. Okay, why? Because they're not going to give it out. And if anybody has information from Q, there's the first question they need to ask is, why have you come to me? If Q came to me and said, or somebody in the Q team, because we know 17 is not one person, came to me and said, this is who I am, I'm connected. First of all, I would need verification that they are who they say they are, and I would need really detailed proof. Otherwise, you could be anybody blowing smoke up my ass, okay? And then second of all, I'd say, okay, so you've proven that. Now, I'm guessing you came to me because you want to get a message out through my audience. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Right? You want my advice? No, they're not going to come to me for advice, right? Unless they want to, work on their jump shot, okay, or how to put a independent feature together for $1 million and make it look like 4, okay, that kind of thing. All right, so or if they need an investment, I'm sending them to my guy, right? But outside of that, they're not going to be asking me for advice. So they're probably coming to me because they want me to get a message to you guys, right? So I'd say, well, we've got a problem then. We've got a problem because you already said no outside comms. So if I go to my audience with this like secret, my guy told me something secret and I'm going to share it with you, then we got a credibility problem, both of us, because you've already said no outside comms. So I would say you've got to give me information that is going to be, I tell my audience today and tomorrow it happens. Then boom, you're valid. You're a valid source. Okay. Now, what do you want to, now, and you've got to let me know why you're doing this outside comm. 8kun is still up, folks. If Q wants to communicate to us, 8kun is still up. It's not like 8chan was down for those months and months and Q couldn't communicate. 8kun is up, can absolutely talk to us. Yeah, stop following outside comms. That's the best I could say. Absolutely, right? People like Q-Tip, people like Starsky. I like some of the information that I'm seeing. I'll give you an example. I'm going to show you. This is from the DC Patriot right now. Why is that happening? I don't want that up there. Why is that happening? This is. All right, folks, bear with me here. We've got some system problems here. Why is that doing that? All right, let me try that again. No, that is not what I want. This is really weird, folks. All right, let me try this. Huh. Okay, I'm going to do this a little differently. So this is a DC Patriot. Okay, this is a story about a federal judge gives FBI less than 90 days to release all Seth Rich information to attorneys. All right, February 1st, 2021. All right, this came out. All right, now this is something about Seth Rich and a federal judge. We don't need Q for this information, right? We don't need 17 for this. This is something we can figure out on ourselves, all right? We can figure out for ourselves. So that's an example. Now we know that Seth Rich has got some really important information in his laptop, which the FBI has and has had, okay? And this was a revelation because they had denied investigating it or having the laptop for over 3 years. Okay? So, is this going to happen? Well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. What the heck is that all about? Why is she showing up? So that's an example of, okay, that's an outside comm, but it's not about like the specific plan and details and so forth. Now, so they're not going to give that kind of information out. General Flynn, who is definitely involved, is definitely not going to give out that kind of information. Okay? I can promise you that. All right? And he will vehemently deny anything that may give away information that he needs to have. All right? So let me just get that out there. Just trust the plan. And let me ask you this. Is there anything that you're seeing out there that is making you think, oh, yeah, I'm concerned now. Biden's president. Yeah. Really? Really? Did he ride on Air Force One? No. Wasn't even the Air Force One. Wasn't even the main plane. And we never saw it take off. We never saw it land. Did we? Do you guys got footage of that? Send that to me. What White House is he in with the blue rug and the different color wallpaper? We're going to talk to David about that tonight. Okay? What are these executive actions that he's signing that are, and why is everyone giving him a pass and not forcing him to go through Congress for this stuff that he's doing? All right. I mean, folks, this at what point? At what point do you finally say, you know what, this is a show? This is absolutely 100% a show. No, not even possible to be anything else, folks. Not even possible to be anything else. All right, let's get up over 3,000. Please share this broadcast out, folks. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to talking with David. Former heavyweight boxer champion, folks, is going to be in the house here shortly. And I got to make sure that my audio, system audio, is up to snuff here. Let me see if I can play something for you here, and make sure that we have the sound. Let me see here. Let me pull this up and transition that and make sure that we're having sound. Okay.
Much better dimension.
Okay. Yep, you're getting that. Good.
Interact with each other on in a really, really fantastic way that I don't even think that we have anticipated.
What do you think, guys? We just watched me from a couple nights ago.
So,
huh?
Let us be patient, shall we? With, look at the kind of thing that we're dealing with right now with the censorship, with the media. We are being shown how important it is to be patient and yet be diligent. Because if there's anything that fuels diligence, it's patience. Because the diligence that is ceased out of a lack of patience. Whereas those who are diligent and keep coming back and are relentless carry with them a level of patience for the outcome that is uncommon in these common days. And so I feel like, to be able to have...
There we go. That was live stream February 4th, folks. I did not have that queued up, but I think it's pretty important to understand the patience that's needed here, that's required in this whole thing, right? Patience with each other, patience with those that we are frustrated with because let's face it, they're not. They're not where we would hope them to be. Of course, we aren't where our family and friends hope we would be. And I'm talking about being awake versus not awake, right? So very much patience, I think, is really, really necessary for us to kind of really dial this in here the way we want to do it. So that's what I wanted to start with, is just to kind of connect on that, right? And just look at everything that's coming out. Look at everyone that's awakening slowly, gradually, and let's not forget in their own time, on their own on their own schedule, right? People are on their own schedule. They booed Biden at the Super Bowl. I'm not surprised. Nobody cares about him. It will happen in God's time, not ours, Gary. Absolutely. Let's see. And
Nita says, yeah, that's what Charlie Ward was talking about, and Bandersteel saying how we got to be patient. This could take up to they didn't say if it was going to be this March or next March. Well, here's the thing. It's hard to be patient when you have people saying, I've got a secret source that tells me absolutely tomorrow it's going to be the day. How many times have we heard that? That it absolutely, it's 6 p.m. Eastern time, on the nose. Come on, guys. It's just, if you're trying to have to get people upset and frustrated and giving up, give them specific timetables that never prove out, and you're going to find that they get discouraged, and that's how that works, right? Okay, so listen, I didn't watch any of the Super Bowl. I didn't watch the halftime show. Why? Well, because I knew that. Thank you, Christy. I knew that first of all, I knew that the halftime show was going to be satanic. I've been following those satanic shows for well over a decade. The other thing is, I knew the Super Bowl. Wait a minute, I'm gonna go watch some broadcasts that they have rapists on the back of their helmets, or they have. They're going to kneel. They're all this different stuff. I don't need that in my life. I don't need to see the halftime show to tell you that it was absolutely a satanic ritual. I don't need to see it. Now, maybe the white hats are in control, which we do believe they have a lot of control, but they're also showing us the extreme, right? They're showing us, like, look at this halftime show. Look how extremely satanic it is, okay? Look how ridiculously satanic it is, so that they're waking up more and more people, because more and more people are talking about this satanic halftime show, right? But I don't need to see it. I've told you before, once you know what's down the rabbit hole, you don't need to keep going down it to prove yourself correct. That's a lack of faith in yourself, by the way. If you have to keep going, if you have to see frazzle drip, if you have to see all these horrendous things to prove to yourself that this is going on, then I would challenge you to trust yourself a little bit more. And also trust yourself to know what you can see and what you can't see. Because there are things you cannot unsee. And so if you cannot unsee them, then why would you want to see them if you know they exist? So, and by the way, that's also how we get caught in this three-dimensional world, right? If we keep going down these rabbit holes and keep going in and fighting each other and combating and arguing and all, we're in this 3D level. But if we trust that what's happening is happening as it should, and spread as much information as we can, good information, like valid information. And if you're speculating, you know what? There's nothing wrong with me saying, you know what? I don't think anything's going to happen Friday, which is what I said last Friday or Thursday. I don't think anything's going to happen Friday. I don't trust any source that says I got a secret info that they told me at 6 p.m. on Friday it's going to happen. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they need us to know? They've given us enough information. They've given us more than we need. And they're not going to tell us specific times, dates, timestamps, and all that. I just don't feel that's going to be the case. So it's okay for me to say, well, if anything, there's been a couple of references to the Super Bowl. Maybe something will happen then, maybe it won't. But, it's okay to speculate about that. But to say it's absolutely going to happen at halftime at 12:17, it just doesn't help anybody, especially when it doesn't come to fruition, right? All right. So I need. Let me see. Christy, give me a little
backdrop on this, if you would, please. Okay. CPM Facebook 4. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Got it. Got it, Cindy. Yes, I know. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Sorry, guys. Just some internal intel. And so here we go. Let me take you to, this is an interesting text. This is a Presidential Enhancement Act of, let me bring this up for you. And Presidential Transition Enhancement Act of 2019. Public Law 116 and 121, 116th Congress, an act to amend the Presidential Transition Act of 1963 to improve the orderly transfer of the executive power during presidential transitions. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. This act may be cited as the Presidential Transition Enhancement Act. Okay, basically, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by striking upon request and all that follows through, including inserting upon request to each president-elect, each vice president-elect, and for up to 60 days after the date of the inauguration of the president-elect and vice president-elect, each president and vice president for use in connection with the preparation for the assumption of official duties as president or vice president, necessary services and facilities including. By inserting or an employee of a committee of either House or Congress, a joint committee of the Congress, or an individual member of Congress after any breach of the government, in case of an employee in a position in the legislative branch with the consent of the supervising member of Congress. It sounds to me, and I haven't dug into this, this was just breaking, so Christy, if you can dig into it deeper, that it sounds like that there's control by the president that just left in connection with any obligation incurred by the president-elect or vice president-elect or after the inauguration of the president-elect as president and vice president-elect as vice president, beginning on the day after the date of the general elections held to determine the electors of the president and vice president. It looks like there's some control of the former president for 60 days over the new president and vice president. Please dig into that deeper, Christy, you and your team there, and get me a definitive on this, please. This could be significant. This could be very significant. It's hard to read, this legalese, and that's why they do it this way, is because it does make it difficult to understand it as a layperson. Whereas if you go to school and you learn how to read like this, legalese is a different language, right? It's definitely a different language, no question about it. And it's so you gotta really learn to read it. Yeah. So it's basically they need a succession plan from each member of each agency. So it sounds like they saw this coming and they set this up appropriately. And quite possibly this could be saying that President Trump has control for 60 days after inauguration. But not sure. Please dig in. Okay, so thank you. Good stuff.
Yeah, Trump controls the military for 60 days after inauguration is basically what that's saying. Okay, and I'm going to post that. I'm going to drop that in Facebook. So if you guys want to see that, I will drop it. Let's see here. I'm dropping on the Indoctrination Snedheads fan page, guys. Please check that out. I have that up right there. Please check that out. We've only have 1,200 members, and we were up to, I think, 4,000, and then Facebook kicked us off. So please go there, answer a few questions, become a member of that. That's got a lot of great information on it right there. So please check that out. All right, we're coming up here. Let me see if I can get. Let me see here. Get some. Get David up and rolling here. I need to. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Hold on, folks. Okay. Get this up and rolling here. That is. And I believe. Okay. Bear with me. Let me do this here. Let me just play this while I get this set up. All right. That patience and just to make it about the journey. That's the other thing that you'll notice with people that are very diligent and very relentless is that they're also enjoying the journey, because if you're enjoying the journey to get to where we want to be, it not only is it a much nicer journey, a much more joyful journey, but it's also the time goes faster. So let's continue to find moments of joy in our life, shall we? As we patiently engage with others and continue to push the truth out into the light, and eventually the dam will break and truth will come flooding through the valley, and it will wash away that which it should, and will nurture that which it must. And so welcome. So let's do this. I want to just check in with your chats here and see how we're doing. And here we go. So we've got thumbs up. Thank you, Angel, for the show, and Dave, thank you. So we're over to we're almost at 500 on YouTube, 100 on D Live, and almost nearing 400 on Twitch. So welcome back, everybody. Thanks for making this happen. Thanks for your diligence in getting to this broadcast. Please share this out. Sorry, had to turn that off temporarily. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. No. Here we go. Now you got me back, yeah? Got my sound now, right? Okay. So let me see. We should be sound now. Just takes a minute. So let's see. All right, guys. Okay, good. Okay, the echo should be gone, yeah? And, all right, folks, so let me, let me just say, too, that I think there's some great comms that we received. We should be back. Yeah, you should have my sound now. Okay. Let me get to the new messages. There we go. Okay. Is there still an echo? Okay. So later we're going to talk about a couple of the comms from the Super Bowl. Todd did watch it. Todd did break down a lot of the comms. And so he is going to get into some of that, and we're going to get into some 17 drops as well with that. So this is going to be a good night. And I'm looking forward to talking to David. Probably talk to him for about an hour. And David, I know, is friends with Charlie, so I'm looking forward to getting his take on that as well, because I'm quite open to hearing another side of this, right? Because what people are saying is people saw this thing about Charlie, 30 reasons to not trust him, by a YouTuber out of England. And so we'll hear David's thoughts on that. But I'm really looking forward to hearing about his fighting days and how he's transitioned that into fighting this revolution that we're currently in right now. Yeah. So, guys, do you have any questions that you want to throw by me? Let's see. I think here we go. Let's see. Let me get to the chat. Folks, we're well over 3,500 beautiful humans. So welcome. My name is David Snedeker. This is The Indoctrination. We are looking forward to a lovely evening with you all and sharing some great information. So we are going to get into some 17 drops based on some comms from the Super Bowl. And also I want to get into a few things here that I captured that you guys were putting out there today as well. And so let me pull that up. Let's see. Okay. Let me, first of all, this brilliant meme. And Mike Lindell will be the first man in history to ever defeat the devil in a pillow fight. It's going to be amazing. That was from Beverly Blakeney. Thank you, Beverly. Fantastic. I love that. And who else said it? I think a few of you have brought it up that how ironic is it that a guy who sells pillows for a living is going to be the one that wakes us up. Pretty cool stuff. Okay. Let me see. Click. Okay. And all right. So David's got the email. Let me pull up a few other things here. Here's a video that I want to play you, and this is from
It's
Francis
a very
O'Neill.
pertinent question to ask: how do we build back better?
To build back better or whatever.
We have a chance to reset the clock and build back better than before.
To build back better than before.
Remember the terrible damage of COVID as we try to build back from this global pandemic.
Joe Biden calls it Build Back Better.
Build back better.
Building back better.
To do things differently. To build back better.
We're going to build it back better.
And build it back better.
My plan to build back better.
Start taking all the problems that have been created in education and mental health and start to build back in a positive way.
I have launched a booklet called Build Back Better, written after coronavirus.
It's about building this country back better.
Growing conspiracy following it. It is called the Great Reset.
An unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset the ways in which we live.
The great opportunity for reset.
The theory even calls Mr. Biden's campaign slogan, Build Back Better, a front for the conspiracy.
Build back better.
Building back better our economy.
Build back better.
All elements of the Great Reset are fundamental to building the future we need.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
It's a big effort to, some would say, to build back better. We would say to really have a great reset.
Conspiracy, conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
There you go, folks. Just to build back better, the narrative that is being bandied about here. Hold on one sec. And just so you know, that is a narrative that began well before Biden and is continuing into the Great Reset. Now, folks, we have David Rodriguez in the green room. Let me just pull him up here in a second, and I will, and I just lost my live studio here, so bear with me here. Here we go. All right. And enter live studio. That's what I lost. Here we go. And okay, should have you here. There we go. Okay, let's give this a shot here. To the broadcast. How are you?
Okay, I couldn't hear you for a second there.
Hey, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Let me pull you up nice and big here, and we'll get this underway. All right. Hey, thanks for coming on the broadcast.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
It's nice to meet you. Tell us a little bit about, I'm just fascinated by the fact that you are such a prolific human being, that rises to a level that is taking on the best that you can, not just in a sport like I'm going to try to score a basket over you, like what I did, but that I'm going to beat you down.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that mindset as a man?
Issues. A lot of issues. You want to just be honest? It's a lot of issues, man. I think it starts with it started off when I was a kid. I was bullied a lot as a kid growing up. I grew up in El Paso, Texas, which borders Ciudad Juarez. A lot of cartels, a lot of gangs, and there's also a good side to it too. El Paso is also a very good city, but there's a lot of diversity where I grew up and the schools that I went to, and I just was always picked on and beat up, and really had to fend for myself. But but I came from a good family, and I think that's why they targeted me. It was a middle class family, and still went to the schools that had. I was picked on because I was the white boy with the Mexican last name, and that went for a long time. It went from about 5 years old to about my teenage years, about 13, 14 years old, when the switch just flipped. And during that time I was boxing, I was in the gym. My dad took me to the gym in the ghetto when I was about 5 or 6 years old. And I started boxing at that age, but the switch didn't flip on me till I was about 14 years old. And I got my first amateur fight, and then my career just took off. I knocked out the junior Olympic champion, my very first amateur fight. So when the kid was like 20 years old, and I was just barely turned 14, and I knocked him cold, knocked him dead. And when that happened, I knew like, well, this is where I'm going. So one thing led to another, and I turned pro at 21, and I got to 36-0 with 34 knockouts before my very first loss. But there's a lot of things that happened before that loss that side railed my career. I started partying, drinking, being careless. I had many vices. Alcohol was the big one, alcohol. I started partying and thinking that I was Superman. I could get away with anything. And it caught up to me. I was burning the candle at both ends, and it finally got me.
Well, there's an invincibility at that age, wouldn't you say? That you feel.
Yeah. Right? Boy, did I find that out. I found out the hard way. But hey, it was a fun ride for a while. It was an emotional ride. It was up and down. I mean, heavyweight boxing is no joke. It's you're in there with the toughest killers in the world. Like, and I say killers because that's what we're there. That's what we're in there to do. We're not in there. I don't know where people get this idea that we're in there to box. Even when we were sparring, we were trying to kill each other. Like I wanted to kill my opponent. Like literally, that's a mindset you have to be a fighter. If you don't have that mindset, go play something else. Go play baseball, football, soccer, because this is a whole different thing.
Yeah, and there's a difference. I've been in a lot of fights myself. I was bullied as a young man, and I didn't grow until freshman, sophomore year, and I'm 6'9" now.
Damn.
And I felt the difference between a punch from somebody that weighs 175 pounds and somebody that weighs 275 pounds.
Oh yeah.
There's a big difference in those punches.
Yeah, and
this was a couple of them were from guys that size, by the way. This is about four or five breaks right there.
Well, at least you don't know which one yours. At least you can count yours.
I know, right? You'd need a calculator, wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I just don't even know, man. It's astronomical.
Oh man, unbelievable. Can you breathe through that thing?
Not really. My left side's kind of crushed up, and then I probably need surgery. But
by the way, my fifth break was to open it up.
Oh my! Oh, really?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like into the doctor, right? That was the fifth one.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I've had all kinds of injuries in boxing. Mainly, believe it or not, it was my hands. My hands hurt. My hands had surgeries. I've had 3 surgeries on my left hand, not on my right hand, but my right hand was badly broken and it healed on its own. But I mean, I've had stitches in my knuckles. I've had broken cheekbone. My orbital bone was broken 9 times, shattered in 9 places.
Wow.
My back. The worst surgery I had was my back. That was terrible. That was that's what really took me out of boxing, was having back surgery, an L4 L5 fusion, and I was there's just no way I could be as explosive as I used to be or do the things I wanted to do anymore. I mean, I go outside and I take a 3-mile walk and I come home and I'm like, okay, that's good.
Meanwhile, you used to sprint 3 miles.
Oh, easy. I would finish the 3 miles in 20 minutes.
Wow.
Not a problem.
Wow.
I mean, it was just, now I'm doing a 10-minute mile.
I had my career ended twice with a L4, L5 herniation.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't get surgery because I knew the fuse guys our size. You're 6'5", yeah?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I read somewhere where 6'5" and over, the success rate for fusions drops significantly.
I don't doubt it. Here was
that lever, right?
Yep. And here's the problem with me though. My spine was calcifying on itself. It was trying to fuse itself, the doctor said. So it was calcifying up the spine. And he goes, man, you're one of the worst backs I've ever seen. And the pain was so, imagine like having cavities in your mouth, riddled with cavities, and chewing steak. That's what it felt like just to walk. Wow. Like the nerves are just shooting everywhere. I couldn't take it. So at least now that got handled, but the sharp pain's not there anymore. But you know, it's about 80%. You know, I'll never be 100%, and that makes me sad. But really, maybe it was a blessing because I'd still be boxing, and who knows, maybe I'd be punch drunk. You know what I mean? Who knows?
Yeah.
Seriously, I would have never stopped.
So when did you have to stop, and what was that like for you?
It was a death. It was death for me because it's a death of self. You know, I always identified as the boxer, heavyweight champ. I had 6 belts. I was an undefeated prospect. I mean, it was
34-0.
36-0, yeah.
36-0.
Before I lost, yeah. Well, and I was knocking everybody out. So for me, it was heartbreaking. It was like I lost a part of my soul, and I went into a really deep, spiraling, dark depression when I retired. It was like I was suicidal. I wanted to die, and you know, I was a massive alcoholic. I tried to get the stimulation other places. You know, whether it was, you know, I'd party all night long, sometimes 2 or 3 days straight without a break. I mean, not even a break. I didn't even sleep. Like, it was like, I was bad. I can say now, though, my life turned around when I got sober. And so I put away alcohol. I just quit. One day I literally just left the bar. I put the drink down and I walked out of the bar, and that was it. That was all she wrote. That was it. I never went back. And I've been sober now a year, a month, and 2 weeks.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been tough, you know.
Would you mind taking us into that bar with you that night?
Which night?
And what was going through your mind that last night?
Oh, the night I quit?
Yeah.
Well, so many things happened to me prior to that. I was landing myself in jail. I was DUIs. I was I suffered a knife attack. You see that?
Whoa. Yeah.
They ripped my throat. They came behind me and slit my throat open. So there was things that was contributed to alcohol. Every single time something bad happened in my life, it was contributed to alcohol. The common denominator was alcohol.
Okay.
So I really was taking a look at that. And in 2019, my soul was getting nudged. Like David, like God was talking to me. Like, Dave, stop this. Something's coming. Something's coming. You've got to be ready.
Wow.
And I kept feeling that. And this, like, my intuitive senses kept feeling this. Be ready for what? You know, it's like, I could feel it was God, seriously. And I kept feeling that for like 4 or 5 months. And I'd start drinking a little less. And I'd try to stop, but I'd continue. Then one day I'm in the bar and I'm with my friends and we're all partying and we're having a good time. I took already like 7 shots. You know, that's how I'd get started. I'd warm up with that. And
yeah, big guys, by the way, it takes us a lot to tie one on, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy unless I was stumbling and mumbling out of that bar, like falling on my face. That's how I wanted to get. So I was at the bar, and I remember the bar had a mirror in the back, and I kept staring into it and just looking at myself, and I hated what I was looking at. I hated looking at myself.
Was the cut fresh when you were looking in?
No, this was in 2011 when this happened.
Okay.
But I overdosed on drugs the same year in 2011. I almost died. I flatlined, and they brought me back with the defibrillator. I was crazy. I was a wreck. And I think it was just the pressure of boxing, personal life, things. Just everything was just crazy. It was like I was in constant turmoil.
What year did you have to hang up the gloves?
2015.
2015. Okay.
Yeah, but.
So back to the mirror.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the mirror, and I started looking at my friends, and I kept thinking to myself, man, I don't want to be like these guys in 5 years. And I kept looking at them, and they were 45, 50. Someone was 35, and I'm like, man, I'm finally that guy. I was the champ, and now I'm the chump. Now I'm the guy, the washed up boxer at the bar. And I just hated myself. I just hated what I was looking at in the mirror. And then it dawned on me right there. Right there. It was like, okay, either put this drink down and walk out of here right now, or you're stuck here for the rest of your life until you die by a car accident, by something, go to jail or whatever. And I knew that was my choice right then and there. Just that, it was like the cards were dealt right there. Like, this is it. Here's your. You can either do it or you're not. And
wow,
I ordered a shot. I remember I ordered a shot, and I was looking at my beer, and the shot came, and I stared at it, and I just took one more drink of the beer, and I put it down, and I just made myself walk out of there, and I did. And I said goodbye to everybody. I go, hey, I'll be right back. And they're like, yeah. I walked out, and I have never been back.
Wow.
That's really how it ended.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Well, I tell you, you're getting a lot of love from my audience. Lovingly call themselves Snedheads. I'm Snedeker. I'm Sned. So I'm the head Sned, and they're all, a lot of them 25 years sober, 5 years sober.
That's
people
awesome.
That are just giving you huge props for doing that.
That's
awesome. Know how difficult it probably was to do that, and maybe every day.
I think about it. I was like, how many times did God give me my life back? I shouldn't be alive. Ever since 2000. See, I thought, well, I survived two deaths, so I was on bonus time. So I'll party harder. I'll go even harder now because life is short. I used to tell people that, oh man, don't. They're like, you're still drinking after all that stuff that happened to you. Oh, don't worry about that, man. Life's short. I'm gonna just keep living. And then I didn't realize the gift that I was given.
I think a lot of athletes. I don't know if this was true for you, but for me, I didn't see myself living a long life.
Neither did I.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but I just never really saw me I'm 55 now. I never saw myself at this age.
I saw myself at 30, like maybe 35.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, Dave. I don't know. I keep thinking to myself of all my friends that have died. I've lost a lot of friends already, and I think to myself, dang, I was the craziest one, exception of two of them.
Wow.
but I was top three by far.
Well, you mentioned something that I don't think that a lot of people understand that didn't go to the level that we did. I played professionally overseas back in the States, but got close to the dance, got an invite to the Clippers Veterans Camp, but I had already signed a contract with Turkey, never made it back in, and then injuries. But I'll never forget the first time I was at Providence College, and I injured my back, L4, L5, and I was being told that I was done, that I wasn't going to be able to come back, the whole bit. And yet I still had to go to practices, and I still had to go to the games.
Oh, that's got to be terrible.
So for me, I'm sitting there, which by
knowing
the way,
knowing it's over,
but it wasn't over for me. It wasn't over.
Right.
Like I knew it wasn't over, right? But I felt like here was like, imagine I had started dating a girl in the 8th grade, and here I am, sophomore year in college, and we had dated this whole time, and she broke up with me out of the blue, right?
Whoa, yeah.
Well, this was basketball. I didn't date a girl. I never dated a girl that long.
Okay,
I still haven't.
Well, like two stories here.
Sorry, this is the analogy, right?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
So she breaks up with me, which was basketball, because that was I slept with it, for crying out loud,
Yeah.
And then I had to go watch her make out with other dudes.
Cool.
And
you use the same analogy I do.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
And I gotta go around on dates with her and watch. And that was me, like having to watch basketball and not being able to participate whatsoever.
Oh my gosh, I feel the same way you do.
right?
So when I commentate, so that I was commentating on BNTV and on Impact, and when I'm sitting there, I'm dying inside because I'm watching these guys fight, and I'm like, I was the guy under the lights, and now I'm talking about it.
Yeah,
that was the worst. I mean, and that's why I don't train people either.
Interesting.
Because it's still the wound is too fresh.
Yeah, I didn't start coaching until 45, I think, and I coach youth. So it's different though. It's not
different,
you know.
Well, then it's when it's all you know and it's your identity. It's like I also tell people this. It's like, especially as a fighter, it's like you're Superman, and when you get in that ring, when you get in the ring, you're like this God complex.
Yeah.
And you're fighting, you knock another man out. It's like boom, shot lands, the guy's out. And some guys I knocked out for like 20 minutes. And I remember when I fought Owen Beck, I knocked him out for about that long, and they had to bring an ambulance and oxygen. And I remember I took a knee, and the whole arena was quiet in my hometown. And that was for the WBC Latin Heavyweight Championship. And I remember that was just so, the stimulation you have, it was just like everything. And then you're King Kong, and then all of a sudden it's over. And you're not that guy anymore. You're not him anymore. You go from hero to zero. And all my entourage and all my friends that were around me were gone. Gone. Like, didn't want anything to do with me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a very sobering realization, because it's like the joke was on me, man, the whole time.
We got some lessons, through that whole thing that I think a lot of former athletes never recover from or never learn from. And I think that we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Right. And then you find new battles. Right.
I guess I found this one.
So tell me, as did I. Tell me about that. How did you go from? How did you get into this? I remember the first time I saw you. You came out and you talked about Hollywood.
Yep.
And what's going on in Hollywood. And I think it was maybe I can't remember how long it was, but I was like, all right, here's a dude that is made it to the top of his profession. It doesn't matter what that profession is.
Correct.
If you're an accountant and you're the best, you're this, you're that, but you made it to the top of the profession that has to beat other humans to prove that you deserve to be there.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother level. Okay. So here's a guy who is at the top, is now speaking like a lot of us are, but is going to garner more attention because of who he is. And I fell in love with you in that moment for the courage that I know it takes to, be even more well-known than me or anybody and come out with this stance. So thank you for that. And I'd love to hear how that all came to be and how you.
Well, before any of that, first of all, there was no ulterior motives. I didn't know that video was going to go viral at all. I was speaking to a Facebook crowd of doing a Facebook Live on my back porch drinking coffee. I had no idea what that video was. I had no idea. I just really didn't. And all I was doing really was I have friends in the Hollywood business that are A-list actors, and I was just basically relaying information that I got. And this is a top individual, and I will never say that person's name, but before that, I was a advocate for bullied kids. I would go speak at schools, my schools, junior high schools, about bullying, and for no money. I just did it just because I felt like I had to get back to the community. Sometimes I'd make a buck here and there, but didn't even really maybe what like the most I got paid was like $1,000, maybe less than that. But and it was just I would go and I got a kick out of it. I got a kick talking to the kids in alternative schools, detention centers. I went to the detention facility here, spoke to the kids that were getting locked up because they're dear to my heart, and I was that kid. I was the bullied kid, so I would love to talk to kids, and I just got a kick out of it. And I'd like to see them how they watch me, and a lot of the little travesios in El Paso be like, Charlie, like when I come into class and they start talking to me, like they wouldn't listen to the police officer or the fireman, but they listen to the boxer, right? And then I bring in my belt, say hold them and stuff. So I got a kick out of that. And I can't wait to start that up again once this COVID thing goes down. But that's what I love kids, man. Like I feel like, that's you can't hurt kids, dude. You know what I mean? Like this is so messed up every which way you looked at it. So when I found out about that stuff, I kind of heard about it throughout my career and stuff. I was like, nah, I don't know if I buy it. But when I talked to that individual which I trust very much, I was sick. And the next day I couldn't sleep. So the next day I'm just having some coffee and I just started talking about it on the Facebook Live and it just went viral.
How many people saw it?
Gosh, when I took it down, I took it down. I was like, "Oh shit, move! I better take that." Like it was already at like over almost 300,000, and I was like, but people already copied it and shared it, translated it in Chinese, German, everything you could think of, and I was like, "Oh boy!" And then it just took, and then I was like, "Okay, I either run from this or I embrace it." And I prayed about it. I was like, I was going to run from it and just unplug. I don't have any information on that subject. I'll be honest with you. I don't. I just kind of kicked the door open with it, but I'm not an expert at this shit. I don't know anything more about it than what I said. But I'm also very I'm a patriot and I love this country. And people know me as a Trump supporter and I took a stand because I believe in that. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to I'm not the guy to back down. But the whole pedo thing and all that, I don't know much more about it than what I said. I'll be honest with you. It's just kind of like, people want more information, or I've had people emailing me, like telling me that they were abused. Look, I'm not the guy. I'm not a therapist. I don't have a professional degree. I'm not that guy. So I try to make it very clear to them, go get help. Look, all I did was just kind of put it out there. I don't know anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you mentioned the analogy of kicking the door down. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Because that door was not only locked, but it was like a bookcase that nobody knew about.
Oh, no one wants to touch that, man.
It was a hidden doorway, if you will, right?
Yeah.
And by kicking it open, like only you could, okay, that's huge. And because now it's open, you don't need to do anything else. I mean, you know what I mean? Because now people can see it, people can walk into it and bring their light to it.
Right.
Right. So even if that's the only thing you did and 300,000 people were like, what?
Yeah.
That's brilliant, man.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I can't believe that happened.
Yeah. And can you think of a more important door that you could possibly kick in?
No, absolutely not.
I can't either.
That's the most important one, for sure.
And I got to tell you, I've been on this journey 14 years. I've been aware of human trafficking, children trafficking for probably a decade. And it's a burden to carry that knowledge and seeing how things have been operating.
Yeah.
And knowing how far justice is away. And so when you see somebody like you do what you did, it's like, thank God. Thank you, God, for bringing this fighter to this battle. because now we're stronger. Now we have more momentum. We're gathering more and more and more. And I know that you've taken this on in terms of truth. You've taken truth on, right? It's like, let's get rid of the rhetoric bullshit, and let's get down to the real deal, which you have to do when you step onto that court. You have to do when you step into that ring. There is only truth. There's no, I'm not gonna talk my way out of a situation.
Right.
You either perform truthfully, honestly, and you're honest with yourself if you really want to get to the level, and that's what carries you. And to be able to bring those tools into this fight, and I think it's just so valuable to have somebody of your integrity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I always say, man, some of the most, and this is the truth, some of the most honest people I've ever met in my life, greatest people were, and humble people were fighters, athletes. But really, gosh, boxers have been some of the, man, you meet a fighter, you'll be surprised because they're some of the most cordial, nice people, man. Even Tyson, I met Tyson, and man, he was the nicest guy, man. And, I probably kept in touch with him for a couple months, and just the nicest dude, man. And every fighter I've ever met, and world champion fighters have always been some of the most humble, down to earth people because they know what it's like. They know what it's like to lose. They know what it's like to taste defeat. I just, you suffer humility and you're humbled, and you also know what glory tastes like. You know what humility tastes like. The ultimate humility. Getting knocked out in front of millions of people, putting yourself on the line. There's just no more truer test, in my opinion.
I've always, in my travels, I just kind of came up with this, is that when you are a professional, you don't have to act like one.
Yeah.
When you're not, you got to pretend you're one. And that was, to me, was the main difference between the honesty and the false, characters that came along.
I totally agree with that, 100%.
So, tell me your thoughts on where we're at right now. Like, are you in a frustrated place? Are you in a happy place with what we're seeing?
It's like I'm in a fight and I'm calm. And I'm assessing every situation, and it's like I'm waiting for my move. And I know it's only the only thing that's frustrating for me is I'm not the one that can do anything. It's up to, it's up to the, I'm just gonna be honest on your show. I mean, this is a war, and we have been taken over, and this is all deep state and CCP, and that's where we're at with this. That's just as honest as I can put it. And they're working so hard to divide everybody. Blacks against whites, gays against straights, Christians against Muslims. I mean, they're dividing the pie as much as they can to create this chaos, this desired chaos that they want. And that's what's frustrating, is that people don't see it, they play into it. And who's doing it? The mainstream media. The mainstream media is the tool they are using to get their objective, which is divide and conquer. And they're doing that. And, it's going to be very hard for people to unite when this is happening, but I have faith in humanity, and I feel that this is the Great Awakening, and I do feel that people's light bulbs are turning on, like, hey, this doesn't make sense. And I honestly feel a lot of people like to yell at me and they don't agree with me on this, but I really do feel that the military is in charge. Okay, whether people want to hear that or not, they are in charge, and Biden is a charade that will soon be ended, and I'll take that to the bank. Now, if I keep giving dates, I have to keep moving the goalposts down. This is a very fluid situation, and it has a lot of moving parts. So I can't. Do I wish it was in March? Yes, but it could take April, May. I don't know. Right. But what's happening is this is a chess game being played on both sides, and like I said, a lot of moving parts. So we don't know. Every day things can change in an instant. So, and it's just like a fight, but it's almost like a fight that I don't know when the final bell is going to be. That's how this one is. So, if you saw Trump in that video on the in the golf course when he said it's not over yet.
Yeah.
You've heard Flynn talk and say, I wouldn't give up that bottle of wine. There's crumbs that they're giving you and hints like, hey, we got this. And I firmly believe that. This guy that's pretending to be the president, he's not. He's not. Dude.
No.
He's just not. He's not at the White House. We know this. There's facts we know.
Yes.
We know he's not there. So
Yeah.
wherever he's at, pretending, and they're taking pictures of him, putting him on GQ magazine, they're trying so hard because they know they're going to lose this battle with Trump. And I believe what they're thinking is, okay, for at least we can create civil war. Maybe that's the last hand they're going to play, and be like, maybe we can have enough chaos to get the desired outcome that we want, where we can keep Biden and Trump in simultaneous power for a while until we figure this out. I don't know,
Right.
but I see Trump reemerging, and this situation being handled, and it's probably going to be pretty ugly. That's how I see it.
So very refreshing, by the way, because so I have co-hosts Todd and Cindy. They're from Springfield. Todd and I know each other. We used to be teammates back in high school, and they'll come on right after we finish up. And we dig. Here's what we focus on: is we focus on comms, because 17 said no outside comms. And I started reading 17. We say that so we don't get censored here, right?
Yeah.
The day after they posted the first post, the day after the first post. And I read the Hillary Clinton stuff, and I've known about the Clintons since I watched before they were in office, and I watched Clinton Chronicles back in the day. Talked about Mena, Arkansas, and flying the drugs in for George H.W. Bush when he was in the CIA, doing horrible things, murders that followed the Clintons, and all that kind of stuff. So I saw this 17 drop, and I was like, oh my God, okay, this guy gets what's going on, or whoever it is, right? And my friend was an autist. He is an autist to this day. He's a ninja on the computer. He was the one that found out, by the way, that the IG report had Comey in it, but you couldn't search Comey.
Wow.
You could only search Corny, and he saw it in the code.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
And he's involved to this day. He's involved with the whole process. And he can't tell me anything, by the way. Like, it's not, it's not like I don't get these secret, I got this secret guy that's telling me stuff that I don't buy with that at all,
Okay.
Especially when there's no outside comms, which 17 said.
Right.
So we focus on the drops and then Trump and Scavino's tweets that lead us to those drops. So when Todd comes on in a bit, he's going to talk about what Scavino tweeted and show us where those tweets led us to, right? And so we really try to focus on that information because we feel like we're getting the information from the general.
Correct.
Not some plebe or, or the other side, right?
Yeah.
So we really feel like we've been the tip of the spear here for a good year. And I had a lot going on before that, but when it got specific into COVID, we were talking about HCQ a year ago. That's what got my YouTube terminated, was medical misinformation. So we lost 11,000 subscribers, and by the way, we got 3,000 on, a little over 3,000 on live right now.
Nice.
So guys, David Snedeker here with David Nino Rodriguez, former heavyweight champion boxer, and now has found a new fight. And I would say that this belt, my friend, is the most important that you've probably worn.
Yeah, oh yeah, by far, no doubt, no question at all.
Yeah,
100%. It's actually, but it's also the most satisfying in God's eyes, and that's all I care about.
Yeah, that's
Seriously,
the most important.
That's it. I just care about God. That's it.
For me, it just what else am I going to do that's going to be as important as this? Right?
It's humanity.
Yeah, this is a battle for the planet, battle for
absolutely
humanity, and we're fighting for those that can't fight for themselves too, and that's
100%.
the most important part of it. And so, what we're seeing is what you're talking about is 17 has said multiple times, enjoy the show. And I keep going back to that because I want to make sure that my audience is enjoying the show. Because I think we're supposed to be.
It's hard sometimes.
It is, right?
Yeah. It's hard because, for me at least, because now I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not very versed at that, at what with the comms and all that. Now, I've had people reach out to me, and I knew one thing. I always told them, well, I've heard Q doesn't reach outside the boards.
Right.
But it was kind of strange because the people that did reach out to me saying that they were that, damn, they were highly intelligent, and they talked more on a spiritual level, more so than military or anything like that. But I've talked to them twice, but it was like I don't know who they are. I don't.
Right.
I want to say no. I'm gonna I'm not saying that Someone did reach out to me claiming they were them, but I'll never know. And I'm gonna say, I even told them, I go, well, I thought you don't go outside the boards,
right?
This and that. And they're like, well, we need catalysts to help co-create this message or something. And they started talking about the quantum, quantum computer, the kind of like a looking glass technology.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
looking glass.
And I understood it the best I can. And I talked to this person once, but I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't talk to them anymore because I just thought it was bullshit and it wasn't real. So maybe, I don't think so. I'll be honest. Because I just don't think so. I just don't believe it. So that's just me.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the beginning of the broadcast tonight, but I was saying that if they came to me or you, then my guess would be you want to reach our audience, right?
Right.
And so if you're going to do that, if you want to do that and you are part of this team, we've got a credibility issue because you've said no outside comps. So
correct.
You got to give me something.
And I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that
right.
Much. So that when I said that to them, that didn't stop them, but they didn't give me any information like, well, okay, so we're going to do this and that, and I want you to say this or that. They didn't say nothing like that to me. They just said, what they say, it was all spiritual, what they were talking about, completely spiritual and about timelines and things of that nature. But I'm telling you now, I'm not claiming, make this clear to your audience, that I didn't believe it and I still don't. And I think it could have been some quack off the street, honestly.
Awesome. Yeah.
So, I don't put anything into that. Nothing. So I hope your audience understands that because they think
that's
out of context.
Well, that's very important in this day and age because there's a lot of people that are saying that they've got these kind of connections.
Yeah. And I don't claim that. I just know that I do my own research. I interview very intelligent, influential people. And I know who you want to get into. We'll talk about that. But and then also I have friends that were in the entertainment industry. That's what kicked the door open for the first one.
Right.
The rest, people don't understand that I've been awake for 20 years, 20 plus years.
Right?
I've known about 9/11 since 2004. When I was watching the towers fall, I was looking at my family and I was saying, they're going down just like the Vegas demolitions that we used to go to. So I was like, what is this? And I was one of the few people that saw it for what it was and then started investigating it and learned and really, and that's where just the awakening took off for me. And I was like, okay, this matrix that we're living in, this paradigm that we're living in, it's for me, it was shattered. It was like, and that was before anybody was waking up to anything, and I was the crazy guy. So
yeah,
now it's like, here we are, and everybody's becoming conspiracy theorists now. Thank God. I'm happy about that, to be honest.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it was a lonely road.
Oh, it's horrible.
Right?
I was the crazy guy.
I make jokes about being the guy sitting by himself at the barbecue.
Yeah.
You know, and I go to a party and people are saying, "Hey, have you gotten food yet?" No, I was just about to. Well, make sure you get a plate before Dave gets you in the corner. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Right? Because that's what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah,
because
the same way.
There's nothing more important,
and there's nothing more stimulating. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, and we're sitting there pointing it out, going, "You guys see this?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "No."
And it's masterful.
Yeah.
I came up with the indoctrination because it is everything. The media, the Hollywood, newspapers, television, the commercials, the billboards. It is the matrix. It is like literally.
Absolutely. It's what we're born into this system that's been created for us and is controlled.
Yeah.
And I believe, and I mean this, and the more I look into it, it is not controlled. It cannot be controlled by humans. It's way too intelligent. Whether it's a quantum system or a species or a breakaway species or what this is, that's using humanity and controlling humanity, whether it's for our adrenochrome or our energy or whatever. It thrives on negative energy, obviously. So you want to call it Satan, you want to call it whatever term you want to give this evil that we call evil. It's here and it's real.
Yeah.
And it's controlling us. It's controlling humanity. It has its talons wrapped around us. So that part is real. Now, who it is? Well, obviously I can say Satan. I can say, I can just give it a generic term, Satan. I think it's more than that. I think it has to do with an intelligent, maybe species that, or we could say reptilians, we could say whatever we think it could be, or entities that use, like we use chickens and cows and cattle, and I think they look at human beings the same way, and we're trapped in this matrix of control that they've created for us. Now, I know that sounds crazy to maybe some of your listeners, but if I can't think around that, I just have to think that's where it's go. And then it goes beyond that.
Well, listen, I don't want you to feel like you got to hold back with my listeners, because I don't.
Okay.
They know that either you take it or you move on.
Okay.
I mean,
I get sick of trolls.
Yeah. Well, I've got mods in all the rooms that are, they get rid of I got bouncers.
Okay, cool.
We got the mod squad. Okay. So cool. They're taking care of people. and that's the, I don't have the biggest audience, but I have an incredible audience because it's a community. It started on Facebook. Just started shooting with my phone on the beach down, I'm like 10 minutes from the beach in LA here. And so I'd stop off the side of the road and just start shooting myself, talking about stuff. And it built from that. So it built in with this chat, with this Facebook chat where people could talk to each other. And it really did become a community. We've done some other things together. And so I'm very proud of the people that are here, because it's a hive mind. They're constantly sending us stuff, information. Beautiful. That's why I think we're at the tip of the spear. It's not all me, because one person isn't going to get everything. It's not all Todd. It's not all Cindy. It's the Snedheads are sending stuff, and we're constantly filtering stuff out and getting stuff breaking as it's happening. So it's great, but they also know that what you see is what you get. If you don't like it, go see if something's on TV, or go see if somebody else is on. Maybe tonight's not the night.
Yeah. Well, what your audience knows, going to the TV is like the worst thing you can do.
Oh yeah. It's the ultimate. I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I didn't watch the halftime show.
No,
I have no interest. I'm not connected to anything. I'll find a, show once in a while on Amazon or whatever and watch that for entertainment. But I'm not hooked up because it's literally hooking into the matrix.
100%. I agree. And whether even if you know that it is,
yeah,
there's still subliminal messaging, and there's still the waves coming in from the TV. It's all mind control,
yes,
man.
Absolutely.
They got this down to a science.
Absolutely.
And so, like, it's terrible to watch that. I don't even turn it on. I look at my parents. My dad's 86, my mom's 81, and they're just connected to, no matter what I say to them about Fox.
Yeah.
But the news, it's not on the news, sweetheart. It's not. I'm like, oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's just it's sad to see that people still rely on this. I don't understand it.
It's brilliant. They've gotten so good at it in terms of the manipulation, the MK Ultra, the taking the mind control to a whole nother level. I was awake MK Ultra level going back to 2000 because I was doing a movie, and a gentleman, Howard Boart, who wrote Operation Mind Control, came out to visit me from Arizona about doing a movie he had written. He was the first guy to use hypnosis to deprogram an MK Ultra assassin.
Wow.
And it was the wife of a friend of his.
Oh.
And she would come back from these business trips, and she was like, he'd be like, "You're not telling me, like, what did you do? What was it like?" She's like, "I don't remember. This is weird. I just don't remember." And so this happened a couple times, and he reached out to Walter and said, "Hey, do you think you could do something with your hypnosis?" And he said, "Yeah, we could try it." And he hypnotized her, and she was giving details of killing people.
Wow.
And he went to the newspapers, like the library back then, the microfiche or whatever, right? The newspapers. Sure enough, this guy was killed, shot in the head twice. At the time she was in Australia.
Wow, so he went and checked to see.
Yeah.
Cross-checked everything.
Yeah. And so then he's like, I'm onto something here. And so he dug deeper and deeper and started finding these people and deprogramming them. So he wrote the book Operation Mind Control.
I'm absolutely going to find that book. Is it on Amazon or anything?
It's expensive. Like they buried it. They bought it. They went after the publisher. They made his life a living hell. Unfortunately, he's passed. So they got in between he and his wife, and he had to divorce, and that's tough. He was going after these people, and they were like, "No, you're not."
Good luck on that one.
Yeah. So I was awake to that early, but I didn't really grab the rest of it, right? So, but I tell our audience all the time, the reason why they have to just suck us in to this matrix is because of how brilliant we are. And when we realize how absolutely powerful we are, each one of us as a human being, as a free thinker, as be able to act freely and in the direction of intention, they can't have that.
No.
And that's why they got to dumb us down with fluoride. They got to dumb us down with weak food, right? GMOs and all this, and they got to
chemtrails.
Chemtrails. They got to douse us. We got to breathe in aluminum. Alzheimer's. What's happening with Alzheimer's? I don't know. Yeah. How about the aluminum content in the bloodstream of these Alzheimer victims that is off the charts?
Yep.
How about the aluminum, the mercury in vaccines? That's breaking the blood-brain barrier.
I can always just blame it on the punches to the head.
That's right. That's right.
They'll be like, don't worry about that guy. He doesn't remember anything anyway.
I've been known to do that too, by the way. Blame it on the punches.
I mean, dude, it's just sometimes I'll tell you what, that's a great hall pass for me sometimes.
I know,
if I don't
right?
remember someone's name, I'm like, dude, it's the boxing. They're like, oh, okay.
I don't know about you, but I've been swung at by small guys that get their beer muscles on.
Yeah.
And I'm the biggest guy in the bar. And they're like, oh, I can't lose. If I beat that guy down, I'll be able to,
brag about it.
Cock of the walk. But if I get beat, I was meant to happen. Did you experience that?
Yes. The only time that anybody got a good shot on me was some bouncers tackled me in a bar one night, and there was like 5 of them. So one got my neck, one got my arm, one got my other arm, and one guy had my leg. So I was like this. God. And some guy, and I remember this little bouncer came up and started punching me in the face, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh boy, you better have more than this. I was like, because I'm going to kill this dude. You know what I mean? And so I got loose, and then I had a friend come and he bum rushed him and knocked them all down. And when he knocked them all down, somebody grabbed my arm and goes, let's go, let's get out of here, and pulled me out of the door. But I owe a lot to my friend that jumped in and tackled those guys or whatever. And he got his head beat in pretty bad. But, I mean, there was situations like, and then going to Juarez, going to Mexico was just like, oh my gosh. I mean,
that's a tough neighborhood, man.
Oh, it was the murder capital of the world from 2006 to like 2013.
That's brutal.
I didn't go there then, but I lost a lot of friends during that time over there that owned bars, got extorted. It was sad. Man, that place used to be the funnest place to go. The best place to go in high school. Gosh, it was the best. I wouldn't have traded my high school days for anybody else.
My uncle lived there. He loved it.
In El Paso or
David Tidball. He was.
That sounds very familiar.
He would have been probably in some of the bars you were into.
David Tidball.
Yeah,
I know that name.
Yeah, he had a printing business in Juarez.
I know this person.
Yeah, I bet you do, because he used to love his bars, love the drink, and God bless him. He's passed a year now, I think.
How old was he when he passed?
I think he was 80. He's 87, 86.
He's got to know my dad. That's how I know that name.
Interesting. Wow.
David Tidball. Awesome.
Yeah. You don't forget that name.
I'm telling you, I know who that person is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's so crazy. I'm going to ask my dad tonight. My dad talked about him a few times.
Cool. He's a good man. I wish I had known him better, but he was always down there. He was always down, I
don't blame him.
Yeah. He loved it down there.
It's a fun place. It was a fun place.
That's awesome.
No place is really fun anymore with this crap going on.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's demonic.
You mentioned, this whole situation. And you and I have gone back and forth a little bit on the White House, like the fake White House, right? Because I shared with you that I went down to that place, the Culver City, right? And it wasn't the place, but he's not in the White House either. So where is it, right?
Well, wherever they want to put it, in his basement. I mean, who knows? They're going to hide it pretty well from the public. People are going to know.
Yeah.
Who knows? This is elaborate. And you notice every time he goes on Air Force One, they don't show the whole plane. It looks like
that's like Air Force a half. It's not even a half.
It's a joke. And then he's saluting like the military that has no pins, no medals, just in black jackets. It's like, it's a joke.
One of the things that
I can't believe we're living in this time. I can't believe this.
That's why, by the way, we have the attitude right now of enjoy the show.
Yeah, because it is.
It's unbelievable, man.
Even with all
that inauguration. Inauguration.
It was a joke. It was a joke. And then they have the Hunger Games. I mean, this is just like the most bizarre shit that I've ever seen in my life. And then, it's like, first of all, everyone there at the inauguration, if you look, they looked so despondent.
Oh, it was
It looked like they were at a funeral. Come on, you're going to tell me now you got the White House back? You're not going to be happy about that? This is going to be – everyone there looked so depressed, like this was bad.
Yeah.
So that's why I do think they know the military's in charge. and they're running this spectacle as long as they can. And plus, these executive orders that he's signing,
it's ridiculous.
It's so, come on, he's not using Congress. He's just pushing out each. This is a joke, guys. Come on,
it is.
This isn't real. This
So
isn't real.
you have a somebody close to you that has actually done work in the White House. Can you tell us a little bit about that in a way that doesn't, give anything away? That confirms to you, that's a real confirmation that there's no way that he's shooting this in the White House.
I can tell. I can't save people, but I will say that I've had people that tell me that have told me that this is a charade, man. It's a charade, and that's about as far as I can say about that. I mean, and then there's I have friends that live in DC, and if you look at videos, you could see the White House going black at 11. Blink, it goes black.
We did it every night on the broadcast, David. Every night we showed it going dark. We showed it. There's no one living in there.
No,
there's no one living in there.
No, and
she's not even in the executive mansion. No. She's in the Blair House.
That's why I'm keeping the faith, and I feel that. I think, in my personal opinion, now this is just an opinion, that this is going to be allowed to be played out. I think the impeachment is going to go very well for Trump. I do. I think he's going to be able to state his case, and I think more is going to come out of this for good than bad.
Yeah.
And I think that the unraveling has begun, because you got to remember this too. The executive orders are in play now in February. Mm-hmm. So freezing assets and blah, 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 right? So the 2018 for foreign interference.
The 2018 foreign interference of
right,
and also the crimes against humanity.
Correct, and then also anybody who does any dealings with China, the CCP, to be clearer, they get their assets frozen, and the kids, So this is happening this month. That's why and that is, in my opinion, why I believe that people are stepping down. And I said this before. I was like, watch, we're going to start seeing people stepping down and this and that. And I believe that's what's happening. I think the sweater now is unraveling, and this is going to continue. And I think it's only going to pick up speed, honestly. I don't feel this is going to slow down. I think it's just going to keep popping up like the dominoes, just keep going. So I think we're in for some exciting times. I think this month is going to be very telling. And I think then we're going to hit then it's going to get explosive. Yeah. And that's when they're going to be like, okay, so they're allowing this to happen with Biden so that the casualties, what I mean by casualties is, or the ramifications aren't so bad, the collateral damage, because they need to be able to say, they need to red pill the Democrats in a sense. Does that make sense? So everything that's happening under Biden's watch that's so radical is actually a good thing, because it's not happening under Trump's watch. So the chess game being played here is so elaborate and so difficult. And like I said, there's so many moving parts that, to me, this is actually, it's better it worked out this way to lessen the collateral damage, to lessen the civil unrest that we might have when they finally smack down the hammer. And let me tell you another thing. This Mike Lindell thing that came out on OWN.
Yeah.
They're not just putting that out to put it out. They're not just putting that out there to be like, well, we lost, it sucks, but let's just put out that we should have won. That doesn't know. This is all strategy. They're letting the people know what's happening. They're letting the public get caught up to speed, because whatever they're planning to do next is strategy. Because so they had to let the people know, okay, let's put this out there, get it fresh in their head again. And then I think this is when the moves start happening. But they can't wait too long, because then it's not fresh in people's minds. It needs to happen while it's fresh in people's minds. And that's just my opinion.
I'm so glad you said it that way, because I always say, I try to differentiate as best I can between fact and speculation, right?
Right.
And because there are certain facts that all the rhetoric in the world isn't going to change. But unfortunately, those who are in the indoctrination and the matrix, they're receiving information as fact, and it has no factual basis whatsoever.
Right. There's a lot of that.
And so never before, I think never before in our human history has there ever been such a clarity? Almost like Moses raising his arms and the Red Sea parting, and you've got these people over here that are awake and these people over here that are indoctrinated. These people are wearing masks and, but taking it off when they eat a bite of food, and putting it back on, or taking it off. But when they go to the bathroom, they got to put it on. And, if they're going to, go to the airport, you got to stay 6 feet away, but then you're going to sit on top of each other once you're in the plane, the same air.
It's control. It's all about control.
And look at, I've just seen pictures of the halftime show from this weekend, but the complete submission of the mask over the face.
Oh, that's horrible.
This is like, they figured this out in Islam. That's why they make the women cover themselves up. One, because they don't want anybody else.
Not to mention the masks don't even protect you against a virus.
No,
it's like a chain link fence to a fly.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's just, to me, this is just absurd. I went to the restaurant the other day. Was it today? It was today. Mm-hmm. And you got to wear your mask. I go, no, I'm not going to. I'll go, well, why don't you wear a mask? I go, because I'm protecting myself against communism. And that's what I tell them. And the guy just got quiet, and he's like, well, I'm not going to tell you anything. I mean, I know you're the boxer. I'm like, well, you're not going to tell. I'm not your 5-year-old kid. It's my right to not wear it. And I speak my voice everywhere I go.
Good.
You can ask anybody who's with me. And I feel like it works like this. If you see one person out without the mask, when I see them, we always give each other a thumbs up.
Yeah. It's like, hey, man, good to see you.
Right. Yeah, but other people see that, and I go, well, then why the hell am I wearing this damn thing? Why does that person get to not? Why don't they get not to? They don't get to do it. And then they start being a light bulb turns on and be like, you know what? Screw this. But the thing is, they get harassed by the people are policing themselves.
Yeah.
Because it's.
I got to be honest. When I'm like in a rush, when I'm in a hurry, and I got to run in and grab something, I just put it on.
Dude, I've done that too.
So it's like because it's like I don't want to. You got to pick your battles. You got to pick your battles.
But when I'm pissed off, some days that's when I don't do.
Oh yeah, exactly.
There are times though. You're right. There are times where I do put it on just so I don't hear any shit.
Yeah.
But that's it's not often, but I do do it. I do it.
Yeah.
Because some days you just want to go to the store and get some milk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but there's been such a clarity, and if anything, Trump brought us this clarity between these two halves, right? And he's divided us. People would absolutely say he's divided us, but what a gift.
Big time gift.
To be able to just go out in the world and see people for who they are. And by the way, not to judge, but because that might be somebody saying, I don't want to hassle, let me just put the mask on.
Right,
so I'm not judging them that way, but it's mainly about the people in our lives that we're trying to communicate with. We're trying to say, hey, man, back in the day, we'd sit around the little campfire, right? And if you and I came back from a hunting trip and we're like, hey, listen, guys, about 400 yards that way, there's a sinkhole that just dropped off. All right. So we put some vines around it, but be careful when you go that way. Why would anybody not believe us?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
The problem is in this day and age, you got somebody selling you vine to and it's like, oh, well, you've got an ulterior motive, or you don't trust because there's so much disinformation out there. And
there's
that's why,
a ton of it. And then I got tripped up in it. And it happens to the best of us because it's coming so rapidly, so fast, and so much at one time. It's hard, man. It's hard to decipher this. And trust me, I've tweeted stuff that I had to go back and say, hey, I'm sorry for tweeting that, and I take it back. I didn't check. But it happens so fast, and then you get caught in emotion because you get excited about something or let down on something so fast, so instantaneously.
Yeah.
That it's like that's the response they're triggering. So now I'm learning my best to, when I get some information, to step back and look at all sides. I'm trying my best to do that. It's still hard.
Well, I've made mistakes. I think I know Simpsons have like predictive program before.
Yeah.
So when that guy with the helmet with the horns, like I threw that out there, another predictive programming, and it wasn't. If somebody just did did whatever, So, but I've made mistakes like that where I've jumped.
Yeah,
right?
and it's hard because
Yeah.
Look at the times we're dealing with. It's
Yeah.
It's virtually impossible to be right all the. You can't. And
The
then
thing-
people are so quick to jump on it and discredit you. But yeah,
I think that for me, it is so important that we don't allow what we want to happen to get in the way of what's actually happening. Right? So we're seeing this, and it's like, oh wait, yeah, I'd love it tomorrow. I want it to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Right?
yeah.
So you kind of get caught up in it.
Yes.
I don't anymore, honestly. Like I'm
done with the dates, man. I don't make any dates. Even with this whole March thing, everyone knows it now. It's like it's probably not going to be March now, folks, because
right.
I don't know. Like I said, this is a high level game of chess, and there's a lot of moving parts, and things change on a whim.
Yep.
Let's say every 5 minutes, probably. There's a move and counter move. I don't know. So I was
just talking to Todd today, and he said, yeah, it's a game of chess. And if somebody asks you when's the game going to end, you're going to be like, I don't know.
Exactly.
It's whenever it's checkmate.
Exactly.
Right? It's like, and so we don't know when checkmate is.
Right.
And the main thing that we've been wrong about in the truth community is trying to put a date on it.
Right. That's impossible.
And
seems that way to me.
Yeah. And so the ones that are saying that they've got intel that it's going to be this date, all that should do is say no outside comms.
Yep.
And your information is horseshit.
And listen, I agree with you. Okay, I'm on board with you on that. But I still I guess what I'm trying to say here is this. I look at a person and I see what their intentions are and what resonates with me.
Yeah.
And then I say, okay, I don't put expectations on people, I put limitations. And I take the bits and pieces that I want from that person. So when I interview somebody, I say, this sounds good, that doesn't. This sounds good, that doesn't. I'll take that. I'll take it. And I hope my listeners do the same thing, because we're all adults and we can think for ourselves and we can formulate our own opinions on anything. Right. So when I talk to somebody, which I know where you're leading this to.
By the way, I don't want to put you on the spot because
no, you just put me on the spot. It's okay.
Okay.
It's I'm a big boy. But I got to understand there's some very valuable information they give as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at it, and I just eat the meat and throw away the bones. And I tell my audience the same thing. Like, I think. With everything that I've said, I've been about 80% correct, and I got about a 20% flaw. I'm guessing it could be less. I don't know, but I try my best. But I always tell people I didn't go to school for journalism. I went to school hard knocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I will tell them this: I am a fighter. I am a fighter. So they got that.
Right.
So they do have that in me. I have that. The other stuff. Well, I'll admit if I'm wrong. They can fact check me. That's fine. Sometimes I get things wrong. I do it a lot.
Yeah.
So,
well, the criticism that I was discussing was Charlie
right.
Ward, and Charlie for me seems like a hell of a guy. Honestly, like I think if I met him, I think we'd have a drink together or we'd hang out together. I think I'd.
More than a drink.
Really, yeah. and so, but he lost me at Hallett. He lost me with the King, and it wasn't because he had bad intel and he doubled back on it right away. It was like he had bad intel and he kept going with bad intel because that's what put him on the map.
Right.
And so he lost me then. Like for me, I don't need you to lie to me more than once
Got you.
for me to not listen to you anymore. So for me, I just stopped listening to him and stopped, giving any energy.
I actually wanted to interview, I think his name is Hallett. I've interviewed him once, but honestly, I think he's just for entertainment purposes. I'm going to do it again if I can, because either this guy's batshit crazy, which is probably the case.
Yeah.
Or, that in itself, hey, turn it into a Howard Stern type show. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. Honest to God,
Yeah. Well, when that whole Hallett thing came out, I was like, hey, I'm down for some new Monarch because the people that are there are scum.
Right.
I mean, they're not even people.
And we really don't have a way to tell at that time. I didn't. I mean, I was just taking this guy's word for it and going, all right, and Charlie brought him to the table.
Yeah, but for me, I used to make movies. I used to be in entertainment. I was never like the level of A-list or anything like that. I was doing independent features for $1 million, $2 million, that level. And you never really get into that, all the craziness. But for me, I could very easily get into entertainment. And I try to make this fun and jovial and, laugh because we need to laugh through this. But for me, this information to me is sacred because we're in a war.
Yeah, I agree.
And the last thing you need is to be told the guy you're fighting is a southpaw and he's not.
I agree with that.
The guy's out of shape and he's in the best shape of his life.
Well, that's happened to me a bunch of times.
Right? And that's bad information going into a battle. And Sun Tzu talked about this, that if you can put the disinformation out there and you can, shake people up or you can throw them off balance, right? That's the whole thing. Get them off balance, you got them, right? So that's why I take this very seriously, and I take the information that we're putting out there very seriously. And I also know that 17 has mentioned disinformation is necessary. We just got, I think, some disinformation from Flynn. I think we just got some disinformation from this young man who interviewed with MonkeyWorks. Just happened today, I think. 23-year-old supposedly worked in the Trump White House and said there's no plan. Or said that,
Yeah.
So I think this is.
They're probably throwing people off the scent.
Exactly.
That's what I think, because you're not going to telegraph or broadcast what you're doing. I know that as a fighter. Sorry, and this is there's more stakes in this than anything.
Yeah.
So
I mentioned this earlier. I said I wanted to ask you, when you're in your corner with your trainer after the third round or whatever, what's going through your conversation, and are you going to share that conversation with the other corner?
Right. And the most important thing that people don't understand in boxing or in any fight is be calm. You take your breaths in the corner, you breathe, and then they talk very calm to you. And they tell you, okay, I like what you're doing, but start doing this. You got to think clearly. You can't be like, some fighters actually do react to that because they're just different head mindset. But for me, it was always, they knew I suffered from anxiety. So they would calm me down in the ring. They would calm me down in between rounds because your anxiety makes you more tired than anything. It doesn't matter what kind of shape you're in, your anxiety will kill you. So and you can't take a punch when you're full of anxiety. When you're loose and relaxed, you can take a better punch. Just like the drunks that get in car accidents and they walk away and
so relaxed. They're just
yes,
they flop around.
Same principle.
Well, the whole martial arts, where the calm one, that's operating from the left brain of like, this is going to happen, and then I'm going to, all this. You're tapping into that which you trained with. If you're in a rage, you're going to get sloppy, right?
And that's how I lost. When I came back after 36-0, I knew better. And this happened to me. I was an emotional mess. And I went to the next two fights after that in a headspace that was just a bad neighborhood, man. It was just, I was an emotional wreck. And I broke up with my team. I had all these personal issues, and just shit went south quick. And I know what it was. It was because my mind wasn't there. I wasn't chi. I didn't have I wasn't centered, and I got to remember that even pertaining to this, because I have to handle this this is a fight. It's not physical anymore. I'm not out there.
Yeah.
At least I hope not. But
yeah, no kidding.
You know what I
and me
mean?
both.
Oh shit!
I mean,
man.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Fucking tired.
But yeah,
I'm too tired for that shit. But I just, but I just feel like we got to treat it the same way. This is the fight, and I don't know how many rounds we're going. And could Biden be in there longer than a couple months? Yeah. Could he be there a couple of years? Yeah. We got to expect this to go out any which. This can unfold any expected way. We don't know. I just do my best to bring the best information I can. And these interviews that I do with whoever it's with, it's like I want the audience to eat the meat and throw away the bones. Take what they can,
Yeah.
But yeah, I got to be, and I'm with you on the fact that I got to be more careful with people claiming dates or picking dates, because that's just not going to work anymore, man. It's bullshit.
It builds the anxiety you're talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
And it wears people down.
Yeah.
Because there were people saying Friday, yes.
Yeah.
He said Friday, his contact, his really close.
It's going to happen, and then they get let down.
And you get let down, and you get discouraged, and discouragement is the worst thing that you could have on your team, in your battalion, in your army.
Yes.
Discouragement, just the exhaustion, and that's what the disinformation on that side is doing.
I agree.
And so that's why it's so important, because look what the mainstream media does. Look what the indoctrination does. They throw gasoline on the fire. And so everyone's in their right brain, their anger, their rage, their emotion, or they're in their the fight or flight, right? They're not thinking with their logical left brain.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's how you would get advantage in the ring, right? And I would do it on the court. You talk trash to them or whatever, right?
Yeah, get them out of their game, get them out of their
Yes.
headspace. And then I lived in fight or flight mode my entire life. So this is something it's not new to me,
That's
man.
Exhaustion.
Oh,
too,
dude, it's horrible.
Right?
But this isn't new to me. This is how I live. This is what I'm comfortable in.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it sucks, but I guess. But this is just what I know.
Yeah.
So I'm used to this discomfort, and I think that's why I'm able to do what I'm doing. I think because I've lived this way my whole life. So everybody's all freaked out, frustrated, anxiety, PTSD, fucking everything, and I'm like, welcome to the club. Nice to meet you. This is my home. This is where I live.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the those who have experienced the chaos of battle understand the importance of the calm amidst the storm.
Yep. And you got it. And in boxing, everything has to be instinctive. So everything that I did in training has to be in an instant when I'm fighting. So when I would watch tapes, or my trainer would watch tapes, and we'd work on things, we'd work on repetition every day for that. When it happens in that split second, I'm able to execute it.
Yep.
And when I see that little boom, it's over. Done. Got him. You know what I mean? Just right when I see that, it's trained, it's there. And that is why I think I really believe that this is going to play out like it's long, and when it happens, it's going to be boom, because I believe that's how they're going to that's how the Trump team is going to respond. I really do. I think it's going to be like it's going to see. We're just not going to expect it, and then bam.
Yeah. 17 has said it's going to be swift.
Yes, it has to be.
And Todd and I talk about this a lot. When I was thinking about this 13 years, I've been speaking into my phone for like a long time, like just, getting lost in my thoughts. And how is this revolution going to happen? How's it going to transpire? I imagined going off with my weapons away from my family. I've envisioned all different kinds of things. I never envisioned what we're experiencing with 17 and almost 5,000 drops, okay, of the most amazing information we've ever had as a species.
Right.
About the elite and about those who are screwing us. We've
Correct.
never seen this kind of information.
Never.
And here it is, like, wow. And connected to POTUS, connected to...
Right, and then there's a lot of people saying it's a psyop, right? And I do believe that it has been infiltrated by other people outside of that water it down or say it's this, or they give their
Those
own...
are the Anons, right? Or
right. So that group has, right.
Yeah.
But I still think, I mean, if at the very least, this psyop has caused people to do their own research, which is shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Dumb move then.
Yep. That's what I've said, is that even if Trump doesn't end up being this savior that we believe him to be, you know, the military going in, getting him to run and the whole thing, if that falls away, they're still fucked.
Right. Because it woke up so many people.
They never got 190 million gun owners disarmed.
Correct. And they won't now.
They will never. And there's there's enough guns for everybody.
Right.
Like, we've got enough guns.
And all people are doing now are buying guns like crazy.
Yeah.
They're still just out there. The shelves are empty where I went.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
So people know what time it is. And they're like, no, you ain't taking my guns.
And never in human history, the 20th century, they always got the guns first.
Correct.
Then the genocide followed.
Correct.
And they haven't done that.
That's true. You're right.
And this is the last stand. And we have enough information because we know who, we know what, we know what's going on. So now if somebody comes in and doesn't do their job to take care of these people that are, well, then they're criminals too. We're taking them both out. So I think that this 17, you know, PSYOP, first of all, I can tell you right now that, and this is my opinion based on the knowing 17 for 3.5 years, having read every single drop and most of them multiple times. And that I can tell you that you mentioned whoever's doing the control mechanism of the indoctrination that you mentioned, right? Whether it be another species, whatever, that this level of knowing and communication coming from 17, okay, is unlike anything humanity has ever seen in terms of its efficiency, its cross connection with this tweet and this timestamp. And because we go down, some of my shows are 8 hours long. We've had 6, 7, and 8 hour shows at least 6, 7 times because we go into the drops from a tweet, from one tweet that Trump will drop. Not anymore, obviously, but
yeah.
And then we'll go into the Q drops, and then we'll find timestamps from that Q, and we'll do this dig, and it reaffirms everything that's happening. And I think that's what's missing with so many of these broadcasts out there, that they're not really understanding the brilliance behind the Q team, because they knew what they had to overcome, right? They knew how powerful this cabal is.
Yeah, they've
they had
controlled
to
the world.
Outsmart them.
Yeah.
And they have.
And that's where that technology of Looking Glass comes in, you know.
Yes.
Now this could be, you know, to me, you know, well, the way it was explained to me was it goes off intention and vibration.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's the white hats and the black hats. Now let me be honest with you, I'm not very familiar with this Q like you are. I'm not. But this Looking Glass technology is like I guess it's not accessible by the black hats anymore. Am I right on saying that?
Yeah.
Because
there were
of
a couple
the
theories on
vibration of the future, which holds they are not in it. so they cannot see themselves in the future to make the necessary alignments and plans. And that is why the white has control. Now, I don't know if that's true. Once again, disclaimer, I don't know if that's true.
Well, this is, we're kind of in a speculation pool right now. Right? So the way I understand it is the following, is that Looking Glass is traveling into the future. The yellow cube is looking into the future, right?
Okay.
And the yellow cube, I believe, is an AI level of, like, we've been able to predict some things on this show. You know, we took this piece of information, this piece of information, this piece of, and by the way, this is going to happen maybe in the next week or so, right? We've done that a handful of times. Nothing like earth shattering, like Nostradamus or anything, you know what I mean? Or anything like that, right? But we've just been able to pick together some information. And so I see this yellow cube as like this AI supercomputer that can take everything that's happening now and then tell what's going to happen in the future, right?
Like mathematically, it'll give you the
mathematically,
best
all mathematically,
right? Yeah,
exactly, right.
Right, I agree with that. I think that's highly plausible. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So to me, because that makes sense,
Like you can put in the different scenarios to come out with a desired outcome that you want, type of thing.
Yes.
Right, and it'll just bump. Okay, this is what will happen if you do this, that. You know, yeah.
Right, and also the realization of multiple timelines.
Yeah,
and so I believe that exists as well.
Me too. I do too.
Then you've got the project Looking Glass, which we know Tesla said he figured out time travel.
And Trump has that technology.
His uncle John was MIT scientist.
Right.
They called him in, the FBI Office of Alien Property.
I'm not saying that, and here's what bothers me a little bit, is that I'm not saying that I don't think time is on, okay. And this is just kind of me just speculating here, but I don't think I don't think we can wait long, because I think the deep state is looking to take Trump into deep water and drown him. The more he hesitates, the longer he takes, they got him, because it'll go more into their plan. They can break the economy. They can spiral this shit out of control. They can do more false flags. There has to be a point where Trump just has to react. And that's the way I see it.
Well, with the dives that we've done, I can tell you this, and we can wrap it up too, David. I know you're.
You can tell my belt fucking.
Yeah. I know that. I know that feeling. By the way, I got to talk to you about how I healed my back.
Okay.
Frequency, the stuff Tesla was talking about.
Where do I do that?
Well, I used a mat called the Beamer mat, and it's got a device too, but I also have a device called the Healy, which is cheaper, and you can put it in your pocket, and you put these bracelets on, and it's same frequency. It's that kind of Tesla frequency that he said would be the future of medicine.
Okay.
And so, but that I have no back pain anymore, and my career was ended twice.
Well,
so
I definitely need that.
Yeah. So, but I'll share more about that. But the when you look at do the dives like we do, and by the way, be happy to share more with you because I think this could be another bullet in your gun, so to speak, right? And I think it's a really important one. It's a whole mag, right? So, is that whoever Q is, there is no question in my mind that they have seen the future, whether Looking Glass or whether Yellow Cube. Either they went there or they just see it, which tells me why they've been 17 steps ahead of, the Democrats and everyone trying to take Trump out, the whole bit. But also, when we're led to a drop, whatever we're led to is telling us exactly what's going on now, but it was 3 years ago.
Got you.
And it's like, I mean, our minds get blown almost every night we do that. We're like, wow, holy cow. It's like, how did they know? Q was talking about Antifa 3 years ago when they were like, you know, who knew Antifa?
Yeah.
You know,
what do you think it means when they say watch the water?
Great question. We've gone, I just brought it up today because Todd was telling me that something about the Super Bowl and the neighborhood around there. What's that?
And they said it'd be a puppy show or something. And didn't they say it would be like what the events will happen right after the Super Bowl or something like that?
Oh, well, there were some references to Super Bowl, like a captive audience and sitting, you know, a lot of people sitting, and there were a few references to the Super Bowl. So I like put it out there, like maybe something might happen, but right. But there was something going on with the water supply, and Todd was telling me about it, and they were poisoning the water supply, the municipality, whether by accident or intentionally. And I said, yeah, watch the water, right? We've gone down Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Epstein, how they have the underwater submarine base Little St. James. Her Miramar charity would give people passports, right? So watch the water, right? We did a spot on the Vax and how they went to the 82nd Airborne, right? Gave the guy the shot. I did a Gematria. I'll send you that clip. You'd trip out. I think you'd dig it. And so Todd did a dive, and I did a dive separately. I went down a Gematria path. He went down this path of this interview with Miller, Chris Miller, the defense,
yeah.
And it was the interview of him, and they just focused on the water on the table, right? It was absurd. Like I've edited, I've directed. You would never go to the water on the table unless you're trying to direct the viewer to that.
Correct.
And they started the interview with that.
Interesting.
Right. And so there was lemon by the water. So we did that. We did that whole dive. And also, and how lemon and water and how if they were. So we figured out that they were injecting the 82nd, which was Michael Flynn's, General Flynn's was 82nd. Somebody else was 82nd. I can't remember who it was, but two connections, 82nd. And we're thinking, why would they give our elite this unproven, shot?
Right.
And so we don't think they did.
Yeah, I don't think they did either.
Yeah. And we think they grabbed it to see what was really in it. And I think they're going to expose Big Pharma for the nano technology that's in it.
Right.
Because they got their hands on it. They had to get it.
Yep. They had to get it that they were gonna distribute it, and they switched it out.
Yeah. I think there's a certain amount that they're not controlling, but certainly the military, the 82nd, I think they have control over. And because we're seeing a lot of VAERS that I'm going to talk about a little bit later tonight, where people are dying from these vaccines.
Yeah. A week later.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was it? That baseball player? Didn't Larry King take the shot too, or no? Is that not true?
I don't remember, but all the ones that are posing, like we've shown the video, they're not getting a shot.
No.
The cap's still on it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The nurse doesn't have gloves on.
Yeah.
The woman's sitting. I went down the whole indoctrination of that woman in England, walking, wheeling her down the hallway. Everyone clapping for her.
Yeah.
right? Then they put her in this blue chair that I've never seen in a hospital. Like it's like a lazy boy kind of chair, right? And they're giving her a shot there. It's like, what's that? Then she comes out and her son and daughter, she's like 90. They're in their 20s.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Right?
Makes no sense. Yeah, dude.
Dude, it's a show. This is, you said it. It's a show.
It is.
But 17 has said you can't tell them. And in anybody who in our audience has tried to wake up their family member or friend, you can't tell them. You have to show them. And that's what 17 has said. That's why we know it's a show. The inauguration,
but at this point,
everything.
where we're at now, and I think you'd agree with this, is we need a fucking morale boost, dude. I think we can all agree on that, you know?
Yep.
We've been taking it in the nuts for too long now. I think it's time for a morale boost.
Well, that's a great point. And I think a lot of it is to see what we got. Think about it.
Yeah.
We can't just sit back and let it happen, because we haven't learned anything. This isn't about like just taking out the bad people. This is about actually engaging us. Sorry, I'm getting my mic.
Humanity has to learn. Humanity has to learn.
We have to do this.
Right. We have to experience this.
Yep.
We have to go through with this. It's like a color revolution.
Yeah.
We have to be a part of it. This is a revolution of all of us are involved.
And I never thought we'd have this revolution, David, with so few casualties.
Well, let's hope we don't get there. You know, the way they want it is a lot of casualties with this vaccine, the Great Reset. They want the casualties. So
absolutely,
I know they're trying to minimize this, but I still think there will be when this peaks. I just do.
Well, 17 has said it's going to be swift, and that, you know, that's why the military is involved. I hope that it doesn't come to that, because, you know, I think this could be done without that. But I do agree that, you know, they're going to pull out all the stops.
I'm just worried about the false flags, man. You know, and you give them more time. It just seems like, I don't know. I just it gives them more time. You know, and they're buying the time. You know, so
here's the thing that 17 has said a lot too. Patriots are now in control.
And I believe that.
What we're seeing is here's the thing. We know that mainstream media gets a script, teleprompted script, you know. They have to say what they're told to say. All these late night assholes like, you know, Corden,
Bill Maher,
you know, all these guys, dude, they are so controlled, okay? And the fact that they use comedy, this sacred ancient craft that I revere, to be able to elicit laughter from somebody, you know, and they're using that to manipulate the masses.
Did you see I agree. Did you see the SNL skit with pizza?
Which one?
The SNL, Saturday Night Live, where they made a mockery of child trafficking with pizza.
Yes.
Dude, that was fucking sickening.
Dude,
that's where I draw the line. Those guys, dude, I don't care.
They're going to prison, man. These people are going to prison, because I'll tell you what, they're gonna want prison, because they don't want to run into us on the street.
No, we'll handle that.
We will handle it.
And when they go to prison, they'll probably be handled. Well, no, if they go to Gitmo, they'll be a bunch of running all their friends. They got to send them to like the hard prisons, man. I mean, you know,
but they're going to be taken out, and so now they are being given a script. I believe Todd believes this as well. They're being given a script by the white hats.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. I'm with you on that, and I think that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. So if they're handling
all
the
them are
script,
just following suit. I think they're being held under duress.
Yeah.
I really do believe that, and either play by the rules or you're gonna fucking die by firing squad.
Exactly.
Tomorrow.
That's their
and
deal.
They'll just say you're gone. You know.
And by the way, the ones that don't take that deal, they are dead by COVID.
Lethal injection.
Squad.
Yeah, or they, have a death that's least painful. I don't know, but I do believe they're under duress, and I think that they're going along with the script, and I think this impeachment is going to play out in favor of Trump.
I agree. David, what a pleasure to have you on tonight. How can people follow you? What's your favorite modality out there right now of your channel?
Well, I have my Telegram, and my Telegram is Nino's Corner.
Nino's Corner
on
awesome.
Telegram, and then I have Nino's AA.
Oh yeah,
I have Nino's AA, and I'm trying to help people stop whatever vices they have, and that's Nino's AA. And then I have on my Instagram, David Nino Rodriguez Official. It's long. David Nino Rodriguez Official on Instagram. And then YouTube, David Nino Rodriguez.
Awesome. Now, I also see Nino's Corner.tv.
Yo, yeah, that's another one. That's
Is that somewhere where they can go and find out all your platforms?
They can go on Nino's Corner.tv. It's a subscription, but because I can't put things on YouTube because I cuss a lot and I talk about some deep shit. So I have my rants on Nino's Corner.tv, and I put interviews on there. With every interview I do, I keep on there. By the way, I was going to ask you, can you give me a file of this so I can put it on Nino's Corner? That'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please email it to me. I'd love to put this on there.
Absolutely.
So like these type of things go on Nino's Corner.tv. So so it's uncensored, unleashed, no holds barred. I don't have to tiptoe around things or nothing like that.
Yeah, I think I need to have a platform outside of I just got back on Facebook, by the way. I had all 3 channels cut off Facebook. We just got back on Facebook tonight. YouTube, my account was terminated. I told you about earlier. So I think I need to open stuff. What's that?
I can get you hooked up with the people that I went with. They're really good.
Cool.
If you want to,
we'll talk. I'd love to have you back on too. It was a real pleasure getting to know you.
Thank you.
And hearing your story. And I know our audience loved it. So
thank you.
You're welcome back anytime.
I appreciate that, and I'd love to have you on Nino's Corner.tv too.
I'd love to.
That'd be awesome.
All right, man. Great to connect with you. We'll talk.
Okay.
We'll talk soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Bye-bye. Awesome, folks. That was David Nino Rodriguez, and so glad to meet him and connect with such a patriot, such a fighter, right? And how good do you feel? Hold on one second. Let me make sure. I got to do this here. I got to close this down. Hold on one sec, guys. Here we go. All right, I think I'm good now. So tell me, guys, how much better do you feel about this battle that we are in, this epic battle, when you got a guy like David Rodriguez in your corner, literally and figuratively? So I know the kind of empowerment, the kind of strength that I derive from connecting with another human being that understands this battle that we are in and understands the importance of it. And I also, when I come across somebody like David, big, powerful fighter, champion, wow, it's awesome. It's awesome. So thank you to David. You guys can check him out at Nino's Corner on Telegram, and also ninoscorner.tv. And through that, you can find out, I forget his Instagram, but I'm sure you guys can find him, and we'll have him back too. Awesome. So we should be good sound-wise now, guys. We good sound-wise? Let me just get here real quick. Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah, I had to take care of something there. So, folks, we are We are, let me just take this down here and let me show you. Hold on. This is, no, that's not working. Okay. Okay, I still have this same thing coming up. Hey, so, excuse me. Todd, you and Cindy want to call in? Would love to connect with you guys right away, and I know it's late there in the Midwest, so I want to catch you while you're fresh. That may have passed. It is 11:11 your time, guys. Make a wish. I'm trying to show you Nino's website, and for some reason, when I pull up this transition, it's going to something completely different. So I gotta figure out my way around that. And let me get to the chat. See what you guys are saying. Oh, here we go. And there's Cindy calling in. Here we go. Let me pull up Facebook. There we go. And get her in the system here. Here we go. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Let's do this. There we go. All right. Here we go. We'll get him going.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi, what a wonderful interview.
Yeah, did you like that?
It was spectacular. Thank you, David Nino Rodriguez. That's awesome. Love
Isn't he
hearing his
fantastic?
story. Just really intriguing, and hearing his backstory was really great.
I know, right? I've always, watched interviews on television, and I've thought to myself, I want to hear about those moments in a person's life that really made them who they are, right?
Exactly.
And,
we've all had him.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So he, so awesome to have him on, and we'll I'm sure we'll have him on again. Good stuff there.
Yeah, I think everybody enjoyed hearing him too.
Awesome. Yeah, let me see some of the chats there. Renee, Dave, you did an amazing interviewing him. Thank you. Beyond amazing. Awesome. Thank you. He is inspiring for recovery, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes, he is.
A lot of people that could really relate to that, right?
And thank you to those technology guys that actually worked the entire interview.
I know, right? I got to tell you, most of that, I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning after, taking the break over the weekend, and I thought, I got to spend some time on this and make sure. So I did
whatever
it.
you did, it worked.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so we'll, when you're ready for your close-up, maybe we'll get you guys on here.
Oh, we're just small potatoes.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for that. Thank you. Yeah, that was good. I really enjoyed that. Certainly, you got to have the right person to interview, but fantastic. Stephanie,
I'm going to look forward to
Stefania.
listening to this again, too.
What's that?
I said I'm going to look forward to listening to this again.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm actually looking forward to that. Stefania says, "Oh my God, I've been glued to my TV. This collaboration was amazing. Your chemistry was great." Thank you, Stefania. That's awesome.
That's great.
Love listening to your personal conversation. Thanks for including us, Sandy. Yeah, I felt like a personal conversation. It was kind of cool. Thank you, guys.
Chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Kara. Thank you all for very kind remarks, and please check out David's work. He's doing some great stuff. He's doing some great stuff. How you guys doing today? How was your weekend? Bring me up to speed.
Had a nice, relaxing weekend. Been fighting a little bit something in the stomach area today, and feeling much better this evening. Slept most of the day, but hanging in there.
And you doing your Healy?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And Todd had his light switch turned off again today, so I
Yeah,
think
he
this is
mentioned
all
that.
part of everything.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Um,
But
yes.
it's not turned off.
Hey, bud, it's not turned off now. You with me? All right. We might have to do this another way here. Let me see what's going on with my window browser here and why this is weird. This is so weird. This thing keeps popping up and I have no idea where it comes from. Let me try this. I have no interest in doing that video. And I have no idea why it's doing that. So forgive me, guys, for that. I'm trying to get you over to this. There we go. Okay, I think I figured it out. So I'd rather not say asked about the Healy, and I was talking to David about that as well, guys. If you go to theindoctrination.com, I'm going to throw a little commercial here in real quick, just because this is the technology that Tesla talked about. If you go to the market on theindoctrination.com and you go down, there's the Healy, and this is how much it is. There's actually a new, just started February, I think Monday, just started a new program like we did the last time. So you're talking about $500 to almost $1,000 off of these. I don't know how long it's going on. I think till the end of the month. But you can also watch the science behind Healy's frequency healing technology, and that's fantastic. A little dry, but it's amazing when you consider that this is an actual. They've got an FDA approved for pain control. This has been FDA approved for pain control. And you have to really show that you can do something with pain in order to get that. And so please check that out. And if you click on here, that'll take you to a website here, and you can you just have to sign in. They don't send you anything, but you just sign in to get an account, and then you can go in and look further and buy it. So that's just the way it works. But yeah, so that's that. I wanted to share that with you because David and I were also talking about that. And let me get these crazy kids back on the line with us here. We haven't been having communication problems till tonight, till we're dealing with Facebook here. And I don't know why this is not going through here. Let's see. Redial. Here we go. Let's see how this works.
Hello there, David.
Hey, my man.
Hey, am I in a tin can or can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Loud
Good.
and clear.
Yeah,
So-
I was just, before I was so rudely interrupted by this bad comm system, I thought that was a great interview and felt really close, like I was in the interview process with you guys, being a former athlete and all, and having dreams vanish and disappear, and then having to pick up and follow through with the rest of your, basically you go from, like David said, from a superhero down to a normal person where, you don't have the doors open for you, you don't get the special treatment.
Yeah.
You don't have people buying you meals and drinks and stuff because you're a playa.
Yeah.
It all ends and you have to pick up the pieces and move on. That's it. And a lot of people have trouble with that.
Yep. It's, I mean, how many friends of yours and mine have we seen, fall to that, never being able to get that back?
Right. Yeah, and that's why you see people turn to alcohol or gambling or anything that's you're trying to find that rush. Nothing can replace stepping in the ring for the heavyweight title. Nothing can stop replace walking out to the pitcher's mound knowing that the game is in your hands and the ball's in your hands, and what you do with that baseball controls the whole game. Nothing. Nobody's going to make that shot for you on a basketball court. You have to do it yourself. It's even though they're team sports and his is individual, but every team sport is an individual event because how you perform in your job affects how the whole team. And in a pitcher's position, who gets the win, who gets the loss?
Right.
The pitcher.
Yeah. It's on his shoulders.
Yeah. So if I throw the ball and every time I throw the ball somebody hits it hard and the defense can't do anything about it, that's my fault. So I know the success and failure. So it was kind of refreshing to hear you guys talk about all that.
Yeah, it kind of brought me back to those moments too, when just the kind of the realization of, wow, how dark it gets, and yet how far I've come.
Right.
Too.
Yep. Because I remember actually as I was falling to the ground, knowing that my career was over when I hurt my shoulder. I pretty much knew it was over when it popped. And
wow.
And I remember by the time I got up that God had a different plan for me. So I didn't feel like I went down a bad path. It was a normalization. It was an adjustment, definitely. And you have to recalculate where you're going to be. I wasn't going to be in Yankee Stadium anymore. I was going to be somewhere else. But, at that point, I just think I surrendered it to God's plan, and figured, it's a different pathway to a good place.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we're at now. And I think Nino, even, David had a great way of saying, this has actually been good for us because it gives us something to fight for. We're back in the fight. And I feel that same intensity that I felt taking the mound. I feel the intensity that I want to figure this out, and I want to help people, and I want to be on the winning team at the end of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it's not a game, but it's a competition. So I thought that was very interesting how David, related that. I thought it was just fantastic. It's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to watching that again, just from a viewer standpoint, and because I was obviously caught up in it. But, I think that what's really valuable in not just David's story, but all of our stories is, why are we here?
Because we're supposed to be here.
Yeah. But what is it that drives us, every day to post, to research, to dig, to share, to awaken, to, it's like there's something that happened to us in our life, something along the way, whether it be bad or good, every step of the way of our life has prepared us for this moment in time.
Well, yeah, and I think what's cool about this, Dave, is this is the biggest battle we've had. This is the biggest game we've ever been in.
Yep.
And this is think of it, when we win in this battle, everybody gets to change their lives.
Yeah.
If I won a baseball game that I thought, I pointed to, I want to win this championship, it'd be the biggest thing. Once it came and went, then I had to look to the next event.
Right.
And once this is over, once we conquer this, we'll have a lot of healing to do, and we'll have work to do, believe me, on the other side of this.
Oh, yeah.
And like I shared 6 months ago with you, I think, I'm already trying to look to the other side of this, to how we can help humanity, how we can help heal everybody. And that's, I've already put in place that we're going to win. It's just when, and then what's going to happen after that.
Yeah. And so much, I think, when you mentioned that also, is that I kind of, countered it with, I think that's why we're included in all this information, because we have to be seeing this future. We have to be, envisioning what our lives are going to be like when we get rid of the riffraff, when we get rid of the, the body snatchers and, and these innocence takers, and we get rid of them and we take them off out of the equation. Wow, what a life.
We get to tear down the matrix and actually see what the true lives we were supposed to have.
Exactly.
What I'm seeing is that, everything that David talked about, he was talking about the divisiveness, race against race, religion against religion,
right?
Poor against rich, all that stuff. If you really think about it, most people don't care what color another person is. Most people don't care what other religion another person is. Most people don't care if they're gay or straight. It's how they treat each other and how they fit into, their lives. And, it's not, we don't look at it that way. I don't. I mean, I look at how that person treats me as an individual. I always have.
Yeah.
It's never been, well, he's a black guy, I can't be friends with him. Or he's a Muslim, I can't be friends with him. Or he's gay, I can't be friends with him. That's never been a part of it. It's always been a made-up thing by the mainstream media to divide us.
Yes.
And so just think on the other side of this. When we all just look at each other as human beings and we all, instead of, tearing everything down, you're trying to build stuff together. It's just going to be, I envision just an amazing other side of this.
And we all just want to hang out with our family and our friends and have a good time. And here's the difference. Right now, there's this sense of lack. Well, if you're doing that, then maybe I'm not. Or if you have that money, then then I don't get that money.
Yep.
When you start living in a world of abundance, when everyone is going to be fine, then there's not that I got to take what you've got because I can't get it myself. No, you can get it yourself. You're going to be able to get it yourself. You're going to be supported. You're still going to have motivation, but you're going to have the basics covered so that you can raise your vibration and not have it be continuously, doused by the pressures and the stress of everyday living as we are now, because we are meant to be living in difficulty right now, because when you are a slave, you are easier to control. And we are slaves.
Right. Money is the root of all evil. It truly is. And the sad part about it is it shouldn't be, because everybody should have enough. Everybody should have enough of everything. This is an abundant planet we live on. We've got plenty of room. We're not overpopulated. There's not a shortage of food. There really isn't.
Yeah.
There's planned shortages of food. There's there's planned shortages of places to live. But this is a huge planet, and there's 7.6 billion people on it, and there can be plenty more. I mean, it's not an overcrowded planet. That's an elite thought.
Exactly. And by the way, it's still coming out. I just saw something on it, I think today or yesterday, of, we've got a population problem. I think The Guardian came out with something. And, I think one of the snetheads maybe posted it, and I might have put it in the, let me see if I could find it. But, that population is a problem. Well, you know what? Whoever wrote that article, what do you say you do us a favor? What do you say you take one for the team and say, you know what, I'm going to go out first, guys. Go ahead. Because what you're writing about, what you're insinuating, what you're talking about is that some people have to die or some people have to not be born. And that is the most arrogant thought that could ever enter into a human's mind. That you should be gone, the elderly should be gone, these new babies shouldn't be born. Other people should not have the opportunity to be born and live a life as meaningful as one could, because I think, meaning this writer, I think that we have a population problem. Well, first of all, none of that is based on evidence, and that's just a shill writing for the globalists that, they get their rocks off on this stuff. It's just ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
You can drive around this country and not see a human for hours.
Yep.
You can.
I took video out of the plane the last time I flew cross country, not for the January 6th, but before that. And I can remember I just videotaped for like 20 minutes and not see a building, not see a human. And, we're flying at what, 400 miles an hour, 450 miles an hour?
Yeah.
That's a big swath of land, and I would do it over and over. I mean, like I kept doing it. Like then I'd see a little town, and then I'd do it again, and I wouldn't see another town for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever. Yeah, it's amazing how much space we have. Tell me where you'd like to go with some of the stuff. I know you were doing some little research yesterday, and just
basically,
tell me your thoughts.
I'll give you first a 40,000-foot view again. Like over the weekend, just watching things as I do through my lens, and this is all just personal stuff with me, but I saw just everything I looked at looked like it was controlled or had a message in it that was pertinent to our movement.
Okay.
From places that you wouldn't even expect. But that's why it kind of reaffirmed overall that the Patriots are in control and that they are sending messages through a lot of different platforms for people who have their eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping that in the same way that the indoctrination brought people with the subliminal messages and all that nonsense that they pulled with their basically brainwashing of the world, I'm hoping that the white hats are using the tools to wake people up.
Hey, bud, why, if you wouldn't mind, continue on this. You and I had this conversation. I need to take a little break here while you continue, if you wouldn't mind.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
So over the weekend, I mean, I really turn the TV on and look at it as a research project every time I click the on button. It's not for entertainment. It's not to get information, God forbid. But what I look at the pictures that they're showing me and the messages that they're trying to tell me. And the weird thing is I have this strange sense about going to places that I would never go to look for this information, because I would look at CNN and say CNN was part of the big indoctrination. I'd look at MSNBC as one of the big parts of the indoctrination. But I ended up on those platforms because it was research. And I think by doing this research and going in with the mind of not listening to their message per se, but to see if there's any good to come out of it, to see if there's any reasons for them acting the way they are or sending the information that they are, I found that it was amazing how much information was actually sent through those outlets by the white hats. It had to be. They talked about the fires in California. They talked about the Kobe Bryant plane crash, which tomorrow all the information is supposed to come out about the helicopter crash. I'm sorry, and the tragic, loss of the family members and the friends on that flight. And tomorrow should be a big day for that information because it's supposed to come out. And they gave a little pilot history on the helicopter pilot that I'd heard before, but again, if it's back on your tube and there's people talking about it, then there's a reason. And that reason, I believe, is to actually maybe wake people up as opposed to indoctrinate. As far as the Bryant crash, we've discussed on this program before a lot of things, why it happened, who he was connected with, and what he was about to do. As far as we think he had information. We believe, at least I believe in my mind, that maybe he was a threat to someone in power and maybe not playing ball anymore with them. Not to say that I don't know if he ever was on the bad side, but he was definitely enticed by the bad side, and he was about ready to release something that wasn't going to be accepted by them. So I think that's why I believe he was taken out. But tomorrow there's supposed to be the full investigation is supposed to be released, and I'm looking forward to those facts as see where that leads us.
Yeah, I think that he was definitely going to testify against the pharmaceutical company. I got to get the details again, but that were infringing on his Black Mamba story.
Yeah, the water. Watch the water again.
Watch the water. There you go.
When Nina was talking about that, I was like, there's so many references. I was like, oh my God.
I only got a couple in.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's hard. But when I was sitting here thinking about it, I was like, every star has an energy drink or it has a special water.
Mm-hmm.
They're all promoting.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them. So, one, it must be super profitable.
Yep.
Which, what we used to say when we were kids before bottled water, we used to think, oh, that's cheap as water. That was like a thing, you could buy 500 gallons of water for a nickel.
Yeah, exactly.
So I always said, why would I pay for something, pay $1.25 for a bottle of water when I can get it free out of a tap? That's before I knew what I was drinking, but
exactly.
I can get the poison from my tap.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing that keeps coming back is in terms of like what you experienced watching mainstream media this weekend was the sheer amount of communication that's going on to tell us we got this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was one confirmation after another. I took a lot of messages this weekend that were just like, I looked at Cindy and said, did you hear what they just said? And she was like, oh my God, we had a lot of oh my God moments. And
oh shoot, I think we lost him again. That's a bummer. What I'll call him back, but I'll find a better solution here than Facebook Messenger.
It's always when I'm on a
Come on, when are you not?
Well, I just think it's white hat control.
Yeah.
I think they got this, baby. I think it is honest to God, this is the playing out of the end of the movie, and they're just trying to wrap it up with the least amount of casualties.
Yeah.
And I agree with David that there's still elements of pockets of control on the other side. And what will they do? Who could they harm? Who could they hold hostage? I mean, there's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And if we knew that information, then maybe we could say why they didn't do it July 4th, why they didn't do it during the election, why they didn't do it right after the election, why didn't they do it before the inauguration?
Yep.
All these answers, if we had all of the information, we could definitely say, well, that's why, because they didn't want that whole country to to nuke their people. You know, I mean,
Right.
it could be that bad.
Right. By the way, one of the things I meant to mention to David is I was so glad that Richard Presley reached out to him for that interview. So we have Richard Presley to thank for setting up that interview. And,
yeah, he did a great job.
Yeah,
that took a lot of work.
Yeah, it did. So I was remiss. So Richard, my apology. And thank you for doing that. And if you have anybody that you would like to have on the show, just reach out to me and I'll give you a thumbs up or thumbs down. And if you want to reach out to them to let them know. What were some of the things you want me to? What would you like me to go to one of the evidences that you saw this weekend of the white hats communicating with us?
Like I said, I kind of did a 40,000-foot view as far as
didn't you
that
drop
goes.
me one or two things though? I thought you.
Let me see if I did.
I mean, let's take the halftime show, for example, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because since we were all... There's more people talking about the halftime show being a satanic ritual than ever before in human history. I didn't need to see it. I knew exactly what they were going to do. I mean, you know what I mean, in terms of the ritual of it all. I still haven't seen it, guys, by the way. But I know, it's so what an opportunity to really go overboard with it and to really show those who are saying it's a satanic ritual. Yep, you nailed it. What else should I be listening to you about? Okay? These are the little victories that I think we're missing out on.
Well, yeah, I think that was a big thing because even before the halftime.
Oh no. Did I lose him again? Darn it. All right, let me see if I can do something else here. Damn. Sorry about that, guys. This is really annoying. I've got the Signal app here. Let me see if I can open that and get that doing. Todd, can you call me on Signal, please? Facebook does not want us talking tonight, folks, despite being back on Facebook, which I got to be honest, I'm pretty stoked. We're up, we're up over 3,000 people tonight. Okay, so I got to do this. Hold on. Got to do a screenshot of this or something. Bear with me here, folks. Bear with me. I haven't done that in a while. I haven't said that in a while, have I? You guys are like, oh, man, he said bear with me. I got a drink. There we go. Okay. No results. No usable data found? Why not? Okay. Okay. No usable data found. Okay. That's not going to work. Gonna have to call him back on. I could do them the other way, but I don't want to do it from a tin can, right? Because whenever we do that, they don't sound very good. So maybe we can keep this going here this time around. We'll try it again.
Really gonna try it.
Sorry, bud.
Hey, you there?
Yeah, I was trying to do Signal, but that's not working. We'll get this squared away for tomorrow. I'll make this my priority for getting a communication that we're not constantly being shut off on.
So we were talking about crazy. I mean, we can't even talk on Messenger. It's just so weird.
I know. And what are we saying? What are we saying that's so bad? I don't know.
Well, I guess they don't want us to be able to say that white hats are in control. We're watching a movie. I mean,
that's true. Yes, yeah, that's absolutely true.
You look at what happened. Look at what happened over when I lost my Twitter. The only thing that I said was that people weren't real on TV.
Yeah, that's a big one, Todd. You're right. But that's a big one.
The DF.
Yeah.
When I said that, I was deleted immediately. There was no explanation. Everything was just gone, and I was locked out of my account. That was it.
And we've gotten completely annihilated on this broadcast by using that same terminology too.
Yes. That's you can't say that. You can't say DF or FF.
Yeah. So, that's a big one because they need this to be thought of as real.
Yes.
Until the Great Awakening, the final Great Awakening.
Yep.
And
I learned my lesson. By pointing it out, I wasn't really helping them with the plan.
Right. We've even held back on some of that stuff here on the broadcast because we know that to be the case.
Yes.
But in terms of as disgusted as some are about this halftime show, I am emboldened by it.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it's there for the world to see, folks. Shitty music with this subliminal, this right in your face, this all aspects of it, we're going to manipulate you with this satanic imaging, messaging, and it's getting old, guys. And people are going to be like, you know what, this wasn't good.
Well, and if you wanted to just go briefly touch on some of the things that I caught, and I've only seen it once because it's not something I really want to go back and analyze too much.
Yeah.
But the very first scene is basically an angel falling from the sky with red eye. So you have the fallen angel. Then you have, it looked like almost like a choir, but the choir all had red eyes that were up behind the singer. And they were in white. They were wearing white, so that I assumed that was an angel symbolism, but the angels with the evil eyes, with the red eyes.
Yeah.
And then that same background turned into like a city layout, and the people were still there, but the red eyes were gone, and they actually kind of changed. I don't know if they changed costumes. I don't remember, but then they had actual word messages vertically that were touch, you're alone.
Yeah. You know what? I want to go to that, but I want to read this first. This is from Tara Lu. 2,300 years ago, long before Islam, Arabs discovered that forcing people to cover their nose and mouths broke their will and individuality and depersonalized them. It made them submissive. That's why they later imposed on every woman the mandatory use of a fabric over her face. Then Islam turned it into a woman's symbol of submission to Allah, the man owner of the harem and the king. Modern psychology explains, without a face, we don't exist as independent beings. Face coverings, masks, are ancient tools used to break people down psychologically. This is the beginning of deleting individuality. He who does not know his history is certainly condemned to repeat it. And you see these masks are very similar to the ones that were worn in this ceremony. And also, one of the one of the things about this is that not only are they deleting individuality emotionally, but they are doing so physically by giving us all the same mRNA shot that is going to literally change our DNA. And then here you go to what you were talking about, Todd, with this. By the way, I'm getting this off the Indoctrination Snedheads fan page. Please go there, guys. You'll answer a couple of questions. And it's a great source of information because all the Snedheads go there and drop some great info. And here's one from Catherine Clark. The screenshots of what you were talking about, Todd. So please continue on your line of thinking with the halftime show.
Yeah, and I don't have this in front of me, but I can just tell you off memory what my big samples were, examples of things that I saw immediately. It was just like, oh my God, you couldn't make it any more satanic or more right out there in front of you. Plus,
yeah,
the whole time the place was lit up by nothing but red lights, symbolizing hell and just the red jacket. The bright red jacket. Yep. I think he was put in a position where he was like was Satan himself in the symbolic way. And there was a portion where they went underground. He actually went and got into an elevator and went down and symbolized tunnels, symbolizing confusion, showing everyone down there. That's where he introduced all the masked people that look like they're wearing jock straps around their heads.
Okay.
Just ridiculous masks, but we're wearing ridiculous masks now.
Yeah.
We had Fauci told us that they didn't work a long time ago, and people are wearing them like they're going to protect their lives.
Touch alone, long enough hours. What do you think of with all that?
Yeah.
It takes you right there mentally, subconsciously. There, you might not see those words all at once, but subconsciously you do, and it takes you right there subconsciously. It's just
they were chosen on purpose.
Why?
Somebody had to think about it. Somebody said, "Hey, we're going to put these words up there," and why? Yes, why? Why did they put those up there? Was that what was the message?
Yeah.
And I think it's simple. That was subliminal for people, whether they got it or not. It was
yeah,
for touching yourself.
Yeah, and then touch you as well. Touch you.
But then they showed, like I said, they went down below and they were in the tunnels, the mirrored tunnels, and that's where they introduced those characters who were all dressed exactly the same. And then when they came out, they all marched exactly the same. Their movements were all choreographed to be exactly the same. And what did it make me think of? We've heard biblically that the Gog and the Magog. And I think that was a really good point by one of the Schnedheads.
I'll bring that up too. I have that.
Yeah. What I got out of it was conformity, no individuality, communism, slavery, silence. Your opinion doesn't matter. Don't be an individual. All the things that liberty and freedom don't stand for. The things that the principles, the reason this country was built in the first place. So it was just such an anti-American halftime. It was anti-God halftime. It was symbolic, horrible, just what I expected.
Yeah. All these people were laying down. Had they died? When he finishes, they're all laying down on the grass. Like had he killed them in the story of this? Was there a story to it?
If there was a story, it was. I didn't. Like I said, I watched it once.
Yeah.
And I'm just going off memory here, and just, a couple things that people, like I said, that the OneSnet had posted about the GOG.
Yeah, let me find that. The GOG and Magog. Let me see. Did I save that? Let me just check.
Let me see if I can find it.
Let's see. Seems to me I did. Okay, here it is. From Brad Thompson. I'm about to pull back the curtain and tell you what I saw tonight at the Super Bowl halftime show. As I was watching, the Spirit of God spoke to me clearly, and I will never forget the moment. He said, "That is Gog." I knew God spoke to me, but I had no idea what he meant. So I started my journey to find out what Gog is, and tonight I'm going to briefly explain it to you. In Ezekiel 38:2, Gog is the chief prince of the land of Magog, who leads the final invasion against Israel. I can prove in many ways that this is an Old Testament reference to Armageddon. By the way, 17 has said we save Israel for last. The term chief prince only appears twice in the Bible, once in reference Michael, the chief prince, Daniel 12:1, and once in reference to Gog in Ezekiel. Long story short, Gog is a demonic principality with an ideology finding its launching place in the land of Magog, or the former Soviet Union. It is the demon behind collectivism. Collectivism puts the group or the state over the individual. Individualism is what America was built on. Collectivism is what communist countries are built on. The demonic spirit of communism has now infected the entire world, and its primary spreader is China. There's your red, too. The ideals of collectivist communist China is Gog. It will eventually dominate the entire world. How do I know this? Because God calls the nations in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, in Revelation 28. What you saw tonight during the halftime show was the demonic principality, Gog, in America. It is the driving spirit that works with the spirit of the Antichrist to deceive the people of the world into becoming one, united as one against Christianity and the Lord Jesus Christ. This demon believes it now has total control of the United States. I believe he is wrong, because I believe the United States is the sanctuary for believers in the last days before Christ's return. It's called the wilderness in Revelation 12:6 and 14. The dragon Satan is using Gog to devour America before it can become what God intends. He will lose this fight. Revelation 12:13 to 17. What I have written tonight is some of the deepest revelation into end-time prophecy you will ever read. But I have seen these truths, and I cannot be shaken from them. America will remain the sanctuary for believers in Christ, and it will be the launching pad to the four corners of the earth to reach the greatest harvest of souls in the history of the world. It was dedicated in 1607 by Pastor Robert Hunt to do just that. See also Matthew 24:14, 13:39, Revelation 7:9 and 14. It is my strong conviction that Gog is about to lose his grip on America. God is getting ready to shake things up. The world will be shocked by what is about to happen. God's harvest is coming, and judgment is coming on those who have set themselves against God's natural order. So thank you, Brad Thompson, for that. That was pretty fantastic.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. Really something. So breaking away from that, you also had a couple commercials that you said that that Scavino tweeted.
Yeah. Dan had 3 of them in the last. Well, now when I looked at it, it was like 20 hours old. But they were commercials that were played at the Super Bowl or during the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And I think they're worth a look.
Let's do. Let me see. It looks like there's a picture of Gronk and Trump fist pumping. But then here's the February. Is this the ship one? Oh, that's the Buccaneer with.
That's the Brady Buccaneer. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you want me to show that?
Well, I just did the video that you were talking about, the Brady video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good video, and there's some numbers in there that I looked at for key drop.
Cool. Let's check it out here. Make sure you're with me here. Here we go.
In this journey, there's no final destination. There's only the next one. In the pursuit of perfection, the only thing that counts is the journey itself, the pursuit itself, and those who give their lives to it. This moment and the focus required to seize it. This fight and the commitment required to face it. Because there's no such thing as perfect. There is only the relentless pursuit of perfection. That is our cause. That is what makes us a team. And that is why we're still here. So, once we're into the fray, to live and die on this day.
Cool. So I'm going to wait for Todd because he's about 10 seconds behind me here. If I still have them. You still with
Yeah.
me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
So that was awesome. Tell me where you went from there.
Well, I went to the original timestamp, which was 10:18.
Okay.
Or 22:18, depending on. I believe that was PM. Yeah, that was PM that it was posted.
Was that so the time on that was 9:18, so 10:18. 10:18. Okay. Did you go anywhere else from that?
I did the time of it, the 1 minute.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'm going through it again to find the numbers that they showed, which was really kind of predictive programming.
Okay. Yeah.
They showed 90, and Gronk was 87. Brady was 12. 13. And I'm rolling through 23. 81. And then there was one where that was a different one.
Was it 1290?
1290 is in a different one.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see where that takes us here.
66 was shown twice.
Aha. Okay.
And you'll find the connection here. It's pretty crazy.
Okay. All righty. All right. So 10:18, and we'll go backwards. The Analysis Corporation, TAC, Happy Hunting. Wow, it's multiple. The Analysis Corporation was the intelligence solutions business of Global Defense Technology and Systems, Inc., now renamed Sotera Defense Solutions, a defense contracting company. Since its inception in 1990, TAC has been working on projects in the counterterrorism and national security realm by supporting national watch listing activities as well as other CT requirements. Based in McLean, Virginia, it is a wholly owned subsidiary of Global Strategies Group North America, the operating company of G-Tech. McLean, Virginia, guys, just so you know, is right next door to Langley, Virginia, which is the CIA. So there's a lot in McLean that is related to CIA. Founded by Brennan.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Track edits. Watch for the magic bot. Okay. Founder, oh, I missed this. Founder John Brennan. Wow. Okay. So, what was your take on watch for the magic bot?
Okay, so I think that's the AI sniffer.
Okay.
I think that's what they're using to sniff all of our all this information out.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis bot, see, it wouldn't be a stretch to take that into the censorship bot. And, you know, anything that John Brennan did
yeah,
is suspect. But I also, you know, I noticed that they, see how they said the Analysis Corporation TAC, Happy Hunting, 3 different times?
Yes.
I mean, 5. It's 5 different times, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
The same one over and over and over.
Yep.
That's the, you know, why did they post it 5 straight times?
Right.
And identically? I don't notice any difference in any of them. I was looking for an anomaly anywhere.
It's not different at all. There's none of the numbers are different or anything.
Nope, not that I saw.
No.
See, I did an analysis of that, so I just took that as a 5-5. Are you getting it? Because down below, see the 89266?
Yeah.
The 896266. There's your second 5. There's your 5-5, founded by Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
Track edits. Watch for magic bot. The other thing I did out of that, Dave, is see where the Analysis Corporation is explained by Wikipedia.
Yeah.
There's a timestamp on that of 522.
Mm-hmm.
So I went there.
Hold on a second.
I think you'll get your confirm.
Trying to find the timestamp.
It's on the see the white boxes that have the Analysis Corporation, and right above in the black top right corner, it's a 522.
No. Yes. Okay. So this is the timestamp right here, guys. I just wanted to be able to show everybody. So there's a timestamp here, and it's literally a screenshot from a phone. But both of these have the same exact timestamp.
Yep.
Okay.
And you'll notice that there's a catchphrase here that you might want to keep in mind. Happy hunting.
Yes. 522, January 13, 2018. Looks like code. Fly. Owls. Hot 1 pre-D, Hot 2 pre-D, Hot 3 plus, Hot 4 term authorization TVF, Hot 5 pre-D, 6. As the world turns, happy hunting.
Huh.
Wow. Nice
Isn't that
catch, buddy.
strange? They're
Nice
connected.
catch. Guys, you see 522? Only Todd would have pulled that. Look at that. Look how small it is. You can barely even read the damn thing. His eyes, he can't even read it. I guarantee you, he needed a magnifying glass for this. All right. And look, and then we got happy hunting as the world turns, and we don't know what any of this stuff means.
Well, as the world turns, we do. We figured that out because we were watching. It's a daytime show.
Yes. Yeah.
And that goes back to this is all a soap opera.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's what I got out of it a long time ago was that. But also keep in mind the owl reference.
Mm-hmm.
And where else did we see the hashtag fly, hashtag?
Was that Fly Roth's Fly?
Yep.
So Fly Rothschild's Fly. And the owls, symbolic for Moloch.
Yes. And there's also the P dot space PERS at the bottom with "We are with you."
Yes, we are with you. Right.
That'll come into play again on my next dive.
Awesome. Well, while we're here, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. That doesn't sound like hopium to me, Todd. It sounds like real hope.
Right. Yep.
Awesome. So, so you went to 10 from here. Because, right, from ID 00000, number 10.
Oh, yeah, you had to.
Yeah. And remember, the FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Why did Comey drop this? Who was the FBI director during the Haiti crisis? How many kids disappeared? How much money sent to Clinton Foundation under disguise of hurricane relief went to Haiti? What countries donated big money to Clinton Foundation and why? How much was owed by accepting when she lost? How could this be repaid? How would this be repaid? What did Obama do with the cash just prior to leaving office? Repayment to those who donated for favors, access. Question mark. Dig. With 5 exclamation points. Which, by the way, those were the 5. Yeah. Nice. The 5 right here. The Analysis Corporation, happy hunting. The Analysis Corporation, happy hunting 5 times. Okay. So, again, good people were forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up such evil, despicable acts if given a safe way out? These people worship Satan. Some openly show it. You just saw this exact thing at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's talking about that day.
Absolutely. This is right here.
Coincidence?
Nope.
No.
Nice, buddy.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I went to 12 because of Brady and the prominent number shown. This is a good one too. Stays on intelligence.
Let me go down to 12. Military intelligence referenced above is the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Now think about why Antifa plays right into the plan. Always ahead. Good guys are winning. I was just telling David, about Antifa 3 years ago. Who knew what the hell Antifa was? And here it is popping up right in the 12. The GOAT, the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, his number. 13 came up too, yeah?
Yep.
Now think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless patriots. Interesting that 17 says I've said too much there, because, excuse me, what was your take on that?
Well, I think that the funny thing is that I got out of this was think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea, because really the biggest thing that came out of that whole trip was stopping and seeing North Korea.
Yeah, Kim.
And freeing him, I believe, from CIA control.
Yeah, we've talked about that quite a bit.
That guy was so happy to see POTUS.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was a chance for him to basically free his country, I believe. It was the only chance he had left of, you know, otherwise he was under the control of black hats for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, that smile says, you know, what is it about a smile? I don't know. His smile was ear to ear. That guy couldn't have been happier to see POTUS.
Yeah, and if it was some kind of posturing thing, he wouldn't have done that.
No, absolutely not. He would have met him like, oh, I've brought you here to submit to me. You have recognized me as a world leader.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have acted like a little kid fawning over him.
Meanwhile, Todd, look at his smile here. Okay. He was a little kid fawning over him. Exactly. The deep state didn't want this to happen. They didn't want to acknowledge him because that would have not been good.
Well, they lost their evil enemy.
Yes.
They lost their. Remember, Rocket Man was the biggest threat. That's what Obama said when Trump took office. What's the biggest threat that President Trump is going to face? And Obama said, North Korea.
Yeah.
Without hesitation. And what did he do when he went over there and talked to him? He defused that bomb.
Yeah. That was one less bomb they had for a possible FF.
Right, and just in that moment alone, he should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I know.
Because he averted World War III as we knew it.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Todd. BLM has done some great work in this area. Okay?
Oh yeah.
They should honestly, I think they should get the Nobel Peace Prize. You know why? Because they've taken a piece of Portland, they've taken a piece of Seattle, they've taken a piece of DC, they've taken a piece of...
Oh, you're spelling it P-I-E-C. Oh, I get it.
Isn't that how it's spelled? Yeah. That's what I thought. Huh?
Very good. Well done.
Thank you. I just wrote that, actually. Yeah. On the fly, baby. On the fly.
You haven't...
Yeah, that's a great thread there to get that. Now, I also, since we were down there based on game theory, I went to 11 as well because we had, 11, 12, 13, and 10, right? Key, military intelligence versus FBI, CIA, NSA, no approval or congressional oversight, state secrets upheld under Supreme Court. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? Do you think this is important right now? Under what article can the president impose military intelligence or military takeover investigations for the three-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself? Why is this so very important? Who surrounds POTUS? They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt and directly serves POTUS. Now, how about this? The 116th Congress, S394, Presidential Transition Enhancement Act of 2019, that Christy dropped in my lap right at the beginning of the show, where supposedly, based on this act, POTUS has control of the military for 60 days after his term is up, as they transition key heads of departments more naturally. And maybe that's why he wasn't so concerned about giving Biden the tools to the building anytime soon, especially not the Pentagon. So that's what's going on with that, the Presidential Transition Act of 2019. Have you had a chance to read that at all? You with me, bud? Todd? I can't tell if he falls asleep or I've hung up on him again. But I think I've hung up on him because he's pretty fired up right now. Or maybe. There he is. There we go. There we go. This is fun, isn't it?
Lost me again.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think you're safe staying in the 14 to 10 range here, but also notice where we are now. We were taken down to the lower numbers.
Yes.
And when the Q drops go backwards, we get closer to our goal when we get down on the lower numbers.
Yep.
And that was exciting to me because they started going double-digit numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Know where you are on a map.
And definitely the way it's popping up too is it's very, very relevant.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, it's just extremely spot on.
Right.
And yeah.
When we were cut off, did you go to 14 at all? That was another number.
No, I'm going there now.
We've been here quite a bit, but when you look at it in today's wording, it's very, very good.
Oh, yeah. So this is 14. This is Washington crossing the Potomac in the Revolutionary War. And Patriots.jpg is the title of the picture. And I'm sorry, guys. You weren't with me. Sorry about that. There's the picture. Okay. And I'll make it bigger here. And that's not working. All right. So SCIF.
The skip. The skiff.
Skiff.
Where was POTUS during the election?
Skiff.
He was in a skiff watching it.
In the executive house. Yes. He was in a skiff. Now, that's also SCI foreign, right?
Yep.
And trying to remember what SCI is. Snetheads, what's SCI?
Secure Communication and Information Forum, isn't it?
Let me see. Hey, Howard. Good to see you, bud. Let me see. Let me do the research SCI. See if it comes up. I know we were here recently and had to look it up.
Well, SCI in Springfield is Springfield College in Illinois.
Yes.
College.
I'm so glad that we have you for that. And I'm not seeing it, my man.
Well, look up skiff.
Yeah, it's not there either. That's all right.
It's Secure Communication and Information Forum, I believe. I thought that's what it was.
Okay, let's see if anybody here has the answer. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, SCIF is Air Force vet, always good for info. Secure Compartmentalized Information Facility.
Yeah, exactly what I said.
Secure
Thanks.
Compartmentalized Information Facility. Way to have that on the tip of your tongue, Air Force vet.
I did.
Hey, Amanda said she did a Super Bowl gematria decode and sent it to you. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that. Maybe we could bring that up here in a little bit. There was... Okay, so going back to... let me do this. Hold on. What's going on? Come on now. All right. So what is military intelligence? What is state secrets and how upheld in the Supreme Court? What must be completed to engage military intelligence over other three-letter agencies? What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Why is this relevant? What was Flynn's background? Director of National Intelligence for Trump. Before that, General. What is?
And he was involved in intelligence with Obama.
That's right. That's right. Why is this relevant? Why did Admiral Rogers, NSA, meet Trump privately without authorization to tell him he was being spied on? Does POTUS know where the bodies are buried? Does POTUS have the goods on most bad actors? Was Trump asked to run for president? Why? By who? Those who know where the bodies are buried, I think. The military. Yep. Was HRC next in line? Of course she was. Was the election supposed to be rigged? Of course it was. Did good people prevent the rigging? Yes. Why did POTUS form a panel to investigate, to stop it from happening in 2020? That's why he was in a SCIF watching it the next time around. Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not become proven as true or fact? What is POTUS in control of? The military. What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? The military. Why does the military play such a vital role? Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? So Secret Service. Why is that relevant? Who guards HRC? Why is Antifa, Secret Service? Why is Antifa allowed to operate? Why hasn't the Muslim Brotherhood been classified as a terrorist organization? Because they have infiltrated our government. What happens if Soros-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism? They have now lost their right to a civilian trial because they are foreign actors creating terrorism. That's so that they fall under a whole different category of treason. What happens if mayors, police, comms, chiefs do not enforce the law? What authority does POTUS have specifically over the Marines? Why is this important? What is Mueller's background military? Was Trump asked to run for president with reassurances made to prevent tampering? How is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping POTUS? That's a big one. Well, he's got, somebody like we were saying with David, somebody who's traveled into the future or seen into the future. That's for damn sure. Right? We go to 23. Note, military has same SAPs as NSA, CIA, etc. as designated post 9/11. Now, Todd, we've been brought here before the past couple weeks to these. Yep. So I just wanted to bring that up for somebody who wasn't watching those shows. When we have multiple communications from Trump, Scavino, or directly with 17, and and they keep taking us back to the same ones, that means we're on the right track and we're headed in this direction.
Well, I think they want as many people to get it as they can.
Yeah, exactly.
So we don't have, because I'll tell you what, there's enough patriots in this country right now that would have taken this to a different level had they not known all of this.
Mm-hmm.
If this information wasn't out, and I know some personally, that aren't happy, that and I'm like, what are you going to do? And that, and I'm just like, just chill out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Let things play out. Let's not do anything stupid. We're not there yet. So let this play out.
Right. Right.
Because there's, I'm thinking at least 80 million very upset Americans right now that voted for him. And if you look at the 17% that right after the election regretted voting for Biden, then you're talking, if you take 20, almost say just round it 20% more, you got 100 million pissed off patriots.
Was that the number after he won? That they did a poll on that? I missed that.
Yeah, they did a poll because that Hunter Biden stuff came out right before the election. Remember?
Right.
And a lot of people had already voted.
Oh, right, exactly. Yeah.
And then if you add the people who are pissed off, and right after his first week in office, doing all the things he's doing to destroy the country.
Yeah.
You can see that we're picking up people all the time. Just like David said, our movement's growing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just also look at the comments, just look at the comments. Anytime Biden speaks, and you can go to whitehouse.gov or, and watch any of his press conferences.
It's brutal.
And they're manipulating the likes and the dislikes they're just unbelievable, Dave. There's like 10,000 dislikes and 2,000 likes.
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later in the speech, they'll pump the likes up, and then they'll bring the dislikes down to like 8,000.
Yeah.
So they'll try to even them out, but the comments are even better. Nobody's listening to this guy. He doesn't have anybody's support. I mean, the fantasy that the mainstream media is pushing as he's our president is just laughable.
It is.
Joe Biden president.
It is. It's laughable. I wish I could do his "Wait till they get a load of me." That weird smile that he does, man.
Yeah.
So, who can be held hostage and controlled? Our political leaders. CIA thinks its foreign offshore assets are strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive, not accounting for military's use on domestic soil, which is why Trump got them off, said we're not going to support them, the protection with the military any longer. So the CIA just kind of shriveled up. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant this authority to the president, and what is it to prevent? They knew our agencies would grow in power so much so they can hold the executive hostage or engage with bad actors. Trump nominated someone new to direct every agency but one. He controls the top. Basically what 17 is saying is China owns Biden. And so...
Oh, you think their little Chinese guy following him around wouldn't be like a tell?
Yeah.
With the communist pin?
Oh, dude, it's unbelievable. And the guy is... and here, it's just... 17 is telling us that this was all set up. All these rules, all this law was set up to protect us from politicians, primarily the president, who could be bribed and controlled, held hostage and controlled. Biden does not want to get out what China is capable of putting out about him. Make no mistake about that. 66. Let's be clear. You're telling us POTUS is currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies? 17 says, let's be real clear. The CIA just attacked the command-in-chief, which was immediately detected by NSA military intelligence and alerted to POTUS. Re-review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or the immediate action ongoing at Langley, you'll have your verification ahead of schedule. Don't forget, we were sent to McLean, Virginia.
Yep.
Okay, early on in this dive, right? And John Brennan. Where did my other queue I had open? Where did that go? I thought I had those open. It might be up here, actually. And yeah, here it is. The Analysis Corporation, Happy Hunting, and put us right to John Brennan, who's right next to Langley, Virginia, in McLean, Virginia, running this operation, okay, which has to do with, controlling what we do, see, and hear online.
And did you notice that in that post 66, Dave, that the CIA just attacked the command-in-chief?
Yes.
Well, this was posted the day of the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Who played in the Super Bowl yesterday?
Oh, the Chiefs. Yeah.
I don't know. Could be coincidence.
And the Buccaneers, commanders on their ship.
Yeah.
Commanders in chief.
The CIA just attacked the command-in-chief.
Mm-hmm. If this leaks, what does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or the immediate action ongoing at Langley, you'll have your verification ahead of schedule.
Maybe we should pay attention to some comms coming out of Langley.
Yeah. Pay attention to some
like an intelligence leak.
Yeah.
That'd be a good marker.
And maybe Marines, what they got when they went in there, when they went into the CIA. When big news drops, please reread entire graphic. This is so critical in why information is provided in a certain order and why some topics are continually emphasized more than others, as those will be the recent happenings. This is the purpose of this new thread. Reorganize Snow White, Wizard, and Warlocks, which we've seen multiple times. Wizards and Warlocks.
Wow, I just did on that Analysis Corporation, that TAC that we were looking at in our first part of this on 1018.
Yeah.
I started seeing a recurrence of 266 at the end of the numbers.
Yeah, I was also thinking we should go to 626 too.
Well, look at 266. The first one that I was seeing, 626 is definitely prevalent. But I just took the last three, 266. It's another fly.
Fly, Johnny, fly. Dude, could Johnny be, I don't know, John Brennan, former CIA, who TAC was just, he created TAC and we were just talking about? Johnny Fly?
Happy hunting. It's more fun when, I'm telling you as a hunter, it's more fun, when I used to hunt, it was more fun to have prey that was taking off and trying to get away than have something that came right to you and gave itself up. You wouldn't, there would be no sport, right?
Dude, I used to date. I know what you're talking about.
There's no sport when they come right to you. Yeah, it's a lot more fun to go after them.
Absolutely.
So it's almost like fly, Johnny, fly. It's time for takeoff. Go, so we can come and get you. Wow, which leads to another prevalent number on that, which is the 366.
I do.
Since we were at 266, so 366.
Okay. And I've got. Wait a minute. 366. The movie Splash has that actor Tom Hanks in it. Splash equals missile time of flight is expired or missile destroyed, target or bomb impact. Fox 3 equals simulated actual launch of active radar guided missile.
So in this, let's just play a little game here, Dave.
Yes.
Let's say in post 1018, where they say the Analysis Corporation, happy hunting, leads us to Fly Johnny Fly, which would mean he's making a run for it. And then we have Fox 3, actual launch of active radar guided missile. What could we infer if we were crazy, conspiracists? That maybe old Johnny met a fate already? That's a pretty cool assumption.
Yeah. Fly, Johnny, fly. And watch the water again.
Splash. Imagine they probably did it over not over a land mass. They probably did it over a water mass. So let's just say Johnny got a little nervous, got on his plane, took off, and got over the ocean, and then Fox 3 splash. Huh. Interesting. Now, there's a lot of speculation here, but it's also not like we're just pulling stuff out of the air.
No. Yeah.
And then I see
pun intended, I'm guessing.
121.
And by the way, we got 626 too. With chatter exploding, change of narrative will be required. -4, -5. Public to awaken. Mass start. Sleeping pill reject. Operation Mockingbird failure. Fake to real. Blind to 2020. Kill chain. Where we go one, we go all. I always enjoy that one.
I think that could refer to everybody was thinking a lot might come out during this fake impeachment.
Yeah, that we see it for what it is.
Yeah, if they bring a witness, imagine this. Imagine their side brings a witness, what that could open up.
Yeah.
The proverbial can of worms. And that would be a mass awakening, something like something that could be revealed. Some information that people have, we might have heard of, but nobody else.
Which could be the case because they're in control. So how do they want this to play out? What's the best way for this to play out? Right?
Right. Well, the best way to play out is to have something come out, some information. POTUS is completely isolated, right? He's not a part of this. He's not hunting. In fact, he's the hunted right now, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All he's doing is, he's not even going to be there. He's going to have people defending him there, but he's going to be off the grid somewhere. And what a better way to get information out is to have the dumbass is trying to convict him on a trumped up charge, literally.
Yeah.
You know, and then he pulls the trump card out, and they basically cook themselves.
Yeah.
And everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I went to 121.
Yeah.
This is a great dive. We haven't had one of these like this in a while.
Yeah.
Why were the acts that recently occurred in Saudi Arabia so critically important? What U.S. assets are in place in or near Saudi Arabia? What assurances were made to protect the kingdom? Who shot down the missile from Yemen? POTUS declassified speech, Japan 11.5. Was it really from Yemen? How do we know? Why is this relevant? Who are the puppets? Who are the puppet masters? Who pulls the strings? What provides power? What if U.S. elections can be rigged? How are JFK, Reagan, and Trump different from the rest? Why did JFK surround himself with family much like POTUS? What if it was bought and paid for? How would this be possible? Why are there no voting ID laws in place? What do you need an ID for? List, compare, laugh. What is the argument for not allowing voter ID laws to be enacted? It's racist. Why are immigrants important? Muslim Brotherhood, votes, attacks. Why are illegals important? MS-13, votes, 187, which is assassin. Why is open border important? What did Barack Obama say on the campaign trail last year to illegals within the U.S.? I've played that for you guys. That's when he said it was okay to, if you vote, you're a citizen. What did Barack Obama encourage? Illegals to vote. Was this illegal? Yes, it was. Who owns sizable stakes in voter machine companies? Soros, China. Who decides what voter machines are? What's that?
Pelosi.
Oh, yeah. Pelosi. What's her name? Feinstein.
Yeah.
Tied into it. Schiff, did we find Schiff was tied into it? Certainly Soros, certainly, and then of course Zuckerberg has spent a lot of money on the voter machines.
Well, only 450 million. That's not very much.
Yeah, no.
Not
Who decides what voter machines are used in elections? Why are some important counties still manually hand counted? God save us. Yeah, you think this was important? Yeah. Oh, by the way, I went to 3832 because of the time, the number on the previous. SA intercepts H missile fired towards R. Reuters.
Riyadh, maybe.
Fox 3. Question mark. We were just there.
We just got it. Yep.
Saudi Arabia intercepts H missile fired towards R. H missile. Houthi missile fired toward Riyadh. Yeah, no reported casualties. Okay, interesting.
Well, from that 121, I also caught where down on about line 6 it said POTUS declassifies speech Jap 1115.
Excuse me, 11.5.
115.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to 115. It kind of ties in.
Unbelievable.
It.
Hold on. $115. Let's find out what's going on at 115.
Remember, that came from a Japanese speech.
Yes. Jesus effing Christ. It's a Japanese restaurant. Japan military urgent speech, and the extraction coordinates are a Japanese restaurant. Wow.
You think it has any ties?
Oh my God, dude. You're a queen. You're a queen Japanese. You're a queen.
And why do you think they did the capital C, capital H, and the small RIS, and then the capital T in Christ?
Oh, we're gonna find out. Let's see. Hold on.
CHT.
RIS.
Three.
RIS.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see.
Let me see. You're a queen. Okay, nothing coming up on You're a Queen. I just want to let me get a couple of these closed here. You're a Queen Japanese.
Wow.
Where'd you get off to?
Well, I was just trying to find out. I was doing some numerology on the.
Yeah, I went to Gematria on that restaurant, Japanese restaurant. Amy Winehouse popped up, which I saw an interview with her today.
And the weird thing is, like, where that Jesus effing, you know, part there, the RIS.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because if we were the mistake is the smaller letters in that line.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the all caps, because that whole sentence should have been caps. So the anomaly is the RIS.
Exactly.
Which,
that's where I'm going. And RIS is nothing on any of the abbreviations.
what was it that was on the placard supposedly above Jesus when he was crucified?
INRI.
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 There's a lot of biblical stuff you got to tie into.
Yeah.
I'm counting also the exclamation points down at the bottom. Looks like 11.
What it looks like?
There's an 818. There's 11 ticks, 11 exclamation points.
Oh, yeah. Down here. The extraction coordinates are a Japanese restaurant.
Okay, try this, Dave, in Gematria.
Okay.
RIS ITSA KAPA
KAPA
J isn't Japanese.
JAPA
NESE, and then restaurant, and then urgent.
And we're doing that because it's the lower class, or the not capital letters.
Yeah, because it looks like most of it is capitalized.
Yeah. Okay. Jewish Gematria, I am here if you want to talk to me. Mikin is unthinkable Mikin. Those who appreciate love made your job easy, didn't it, Charlie? Right, that's the secret revealed. Exploring our world together. Having children quickens the reincarnation process. Lion with eagle's wings. A places Zuckerberg on death row. I can destroy you, Courtney. Mark Richard Weimar Jr. Satan is stupid because he is a dark barbarian keeping us in the dark ages. Plank in your own eye. That's biblical.
Yep.
Before you ask me to take the splinter out of mine, take the plank out of your own. Rainbow Angel Revelation 10. Let me go down to English and see if it sucks less. The truth is right in front of you. September 11th, 2001. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Thank you, God, for another beautiful day. Nothing you desire can compare with her. The evil Illuminati are the Ashtar command. The reconciliation of spirit and matter. The reason you keep seeing 1111. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. Glorious magnificence of the 888. Wow. Love and only love will set you free. Antichrist, Messiah ben David, the mark of beast. All humans have the Christ seed in the heart. Please understand what the numbers mean. Don't be so humble. You're not that great. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. She is better than what America has to offer. End times holy androgynous angel of God, a true incarnation of Jesus the Christ. And it was in my mouth sweet as honey. The king's rapture calls upon the wind. Wow. United States Corporation Company. The New World Order's enslavement agenda. Wow. Okay, interesting.
None of it says it's going to be over tomorrow?
No. Yeah, exactly.
Damn it. Useless.
Gonna have to wait. Gotta be patient.
Bottom line is we are waiting.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Well, that was a good dive, my friend. We got a few more here. This is I think we have 81, 87, and 90, and then I think we're done.
Yep.
Or maybe one more, maybe 100. So 81, when big news drops, please reread entire graphic. This is so critical, and why information is provided in a certain order, and why some topics are continually emphasized more than others, as those will be the recent happenings. This is the purpose of this new thread. Reorganize Snow White, Wizards, and Warlocks, which we just saw.
Yep. God, that was early too.
Yeah, that was like going back to 12, 11. No, maybe 14. My signatures all reference upcoming events about to drop if this hasn't been caught on. Again, Snow White and then Godfather 3. And then 90. Okay, we just need Q to come back and confirm now. Confirmed, classified, HRC, in parentheses, Q.
Double parentheses.
Double parentheses, yeah. Do we know what that means?
No, I don't know what double parentheses means.
Me neither.
Captured?
Could be. Wide hips.
Oh God, double? Hey, double? HRC double? See, they
Oh,
got double
nice,
parentheses.
nice, nice. Connie
HRC
before
is a double.
says executed.
Oh yeah, I don't have any doubt that the original's gone. I think she.
Okay.
I went back and re-looked at the. I did take a trip down memory lane over the weekend, just looking at like the old videos of, you know, her getting thrown in the back of the ride.
Yes.
You know, they didn't care about her. They weren't taking care of her.
Right.
They were chucking her in the back of the vehicle, like, or in the sidecar, and they were just getting her out of there.
Exactly. Audrey says double wide.
In fact, Dave, there's I don't think this music would even get you in trouble. And you don't really have to play it, but speaking of the HRC, somebody did a great one on this. This is, I gotta look it up here. I keep forgetting that Patriot Mama is Cindy, not Cindy.
The Patriot Mama is not Cindy?
That she's Patriot Mama now, not
right.
I want to look up Cindy, and now I gotta look up her code name.
right, exactly.
I'm like, damn it, what's her code name?
Let's see.
Where is it? It's a great little video I know I shared with her.
Let's see.
That's not it. It's the side of beef video. I'm sure it went around to more people than me. Have you seen that, Dave?
The side of beef video? No.
Yeah, it's the video of them throwing Clinton in the back of or in the side of the Suburban.
Uh-huh.
And it's a song that it's not really they kind of just throw it in there every once in a while. They treated her like a side of beef, and it's hilarious. And that's what I wanted to send to you, because oh God, it's a good feel good story.
This is we're getting some good stuff out of this, and I was trying to find, one of the Snetheads did a deep dive on some of the stuff, and I may have to do it another night because I'm exhausted. I've been up since 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's even 2 more digs. There's 2 really good digs even after this. Oh, here's an interesting thing that you'll want to look at. I'll send it to you in private. Or I'll send it to you in your David Snedeker messenger.
Okay.
This has got to be an accident too.
Let me
It's one play in the game. It's the only interception thrown.
My concern is, okay, let me do this. NFL is getting any footage. They don't want any footage out there. This is the guy who intercepted the football. And this is his number. And
then
by the way,
he made a certain gesture at the end of the play.
he made a certain gesture right there.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So he made that gesture basically to his handlers.
Wow.
Right there. Now, Todd, at the peak of your athletic performance, when you celebrated, did you ever think to do that over your eye?
Not once. Not once.
You know, I can't tell you the number of times that I celebrated and not once did I ever even think about doing that stupid thing. The only thing that you do nowadays in the NBA is for a three-pointer. You might do that symbol for a three-pointer, but you don't have to do it over your eye. That's just, satanic symbolism right there.
Right.
And
they all know it. They all know it too. I mean, it's not like it hasn't been brought up. And if my kids, I've coached a lot of, like Pee Wee basketball all the way up to 8th grade and all that stuff. And if I'd seen a gesture like that, even in Pee Wee, that they saw the NBA players doing it, I would have said, "Hey, come on, man, we can't make that symbol because there's representation behind it." And these guys are adults, Dave. Couldn't somebody get in their ears and say, we're not going to make that gesture?
Yeah.
I mean, but it's almost like they're encouraged to.
Yeah. You just need to smack those kids to set a good example, Todd. I think.
Yeah, that goes well.
Kidding. Hello. Kidding. Just getting a little punchy here. I would never hit the kids we're talking about.
Yeah, like domestic. Ever. You remind me of Biden's domestic, talking about domestic violence when he said, you just got to keep punching your way out.
Oh, my God. Talking about women and domestic violence. Oh, you just got to keep punching at it and punching at it. Oh, jeez. Oh my God, guys, this has been a really good
show for a long time.
Yeah, also
this has been a great show for a long time, Dave.
It has. As long as maybe Hillary got arrested, maybe Podesta got arrested, Huma got arrested, and I mean, she definitely. How do you go 6 months without tweeting? I mean, it doesn't happen if you're, that was Huma. I mean, however long she went.
Hanks is he's still dry from May 25th.
Yep. Not one tweet, right?
No, I'm going to go look at it and double check. But the last time I looked, it was May 25th.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Actually, we'll look at it together. Tom Hanks. No, I think he's at HANX. Is that?
It's Tom Hanks.
It is.
Yep. Just small Tom Hanks. But he always ends with Hanks. Yeah, the HANX.
All right, that's right.
It was actually May 22nd.
2020. To all the grads of 2020, you chosen ones, print this up on a sheepskin. Hanks.
And he hasn't tweeted since.
Yeah.
And he's got 16.6 million followers just waiting for the next one.
Yeah.
Come on, Tom, let us know you're alive.
Yeah. May 22nd. He also posted his high school graduation photo. Why wouldn't he tweet more, Todd? I mean, he did, May 19th, May 21st, May 20th. May 22nd.
Yeah, he was on a roll there for a while.
16.6 million followers. He's still got them.
Waiting
patiently for his next tweet. And here's
better hold your breath.
Coming soon. Visit Tom Hanks Instagram. Has he done anything on Instagram? Let me see. David_Snedeker on Instagram, folks. Something on Chadwick Boseman when he died. Grassroots Roots Fest with Vice President Joe Biden and Tom Hanks, August 18th. These were his last ones. Yeah. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
9.5 million followers there, Todd.
Huh.
Let's check his, what is this? His Facebook. What's going on with Facebook? Oh, his last post on Facebook was May 22nd, 2020. Look at that. Same one, the certificate of graduation. Where could he be?
He's allergic to social media.
Yeah, all of a sudden. What is this? This is whosay.com? Who say? The latest in influencer marketing news and insights. I think it looks like it might be like it's marketing news and insights. And if we dig a little deeper, I think it might say tweet once a year. I think that's the insight that they're going for here. And that's why, Hanks has not done anything since May 22nd, 2020. So that's folks, this may not work for all people. I want to just put this out there, a disclaimer. I am not a person who has perfected digital marketing and influencer marketing, but I will tell you that doing it maybe once a year may not be in your best interest if you want to really make it work for you. So there you have it. And do you say we had another dig?
Well, there's two more Dan Scavinos after that. Mm-hmm. We could save them for tomorrow.
Let's save them for tomorrow, because I doubt if we're going to get much out of Scavino tomorrow.
Yeah.
So let's save a little something. Folks. Let's not binge watch the whole series, right? Save a little something.
Like Nino said, just chew on the steak, throw the bones away.
Now, I just want to make a correction. Yeah, I like that, by the way. Make a little correction. He is not Nino. He's Nino.
Nino?
I think.
Okay.
Because Nino is a storm, and he is the calm in the storm.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Cool.
I believe so. I may be wrong, but I think it's Nino. But Nino is storm, right?
Really? El Nino, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, Todd, awesome dive off that Scavino, and having talked to David about how we do that. What a perfect example. Should he still be watching, or watch this when I send it to him? But just a perfect example of how we take a communication from the guy who tweets for President Trump. For the most part, we know Scavino is his right-hand guy when it comes to the kind of communications. And Trump isn't tweeting, so Scavinos are that much more important. So again, we're taking not outside comms, we're taking inside the Q team comms to lead us into the 17 drops. And then the 17 drops take it away. News unlocks the map. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's treated as news.
Yeah. All right.
And the other, you'll see the next dives actually tie to that directly. So the next one is connected to this one, and it's
cool.
It's really good.
All right, guys, we'll save that for tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow, 6:30. I'm kind of pushing it back, as I mentioned, just to give me a few extra minutes when I get home. But 6:30, and here we did almost a 5-hour broadcast this evening. I'd like to thank Todd and Cindy for everything, the Mod Squad, Christy and crew, and David Rodriguez for coming on and just sharing just some real humanity amidst.
Yeah, he's great. And Richard for bringing him to the table.
Yes, thank you, Richard, for making that happen. Let's say a quick prayer and then we'll get out of here. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for all those that I mentioned just now. Thank you for the Q team and President Trump and his team and his family and all the Anons and the autists and the digital warriors and the snetheads. Please watch over us, strengthen us, and thy will be done, dear God, dear Lord. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Watch over us all, and watch over Cindy and her daddy, whose birthday was today. Yeah. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Amen, brother.
Amen. Well done, bud. We'll see you. See you tomorrow.
That was a good show. Yep.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Awesome.
Thanks again, David, for really for a great appearance, and thanks, David, for having him.
Thank you. All right, pal. I'll see you guys.